Just kidding.
Watch it down.
When you do your roll call, do you have the TV on? Oh, okay.
Lawrence Holtz one. Here. Christopher Eaglebear. Matt Bearshield. Boston Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodmack Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk.
Oh.
Robert Radingley.
Oh.
Charles Sprague Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick.
Here.
Emily Boyd Belondra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Jerry Wright Plate. Here. Evelyn Wilcox. Here. Lila Kilbersight. Michael Bolt Sr. William Kindle.
Yes.
Then Black Bear the Third.
Oh.
Mary Little Thunder. 15 present.
15 present, we have a quorum. I'll go ahead and call us to order at 10:11, council.
Say it perfect.
Tona hibina omni na copy woglag church woglag we na it isami it hacha we na ha na maska wakok na ha we whatska na egna copy ka hekta ka wopla waki leo petuki na ha wochiki leo kago ka hekta ka we chotha chi wajila na we chate wajila ogna yuska najina oyate wagla koktalo cha leo petu na ha look at the one kiela yuni pi ka hekta ka we chogani woki wagla ka wagla za watch chapikta na ha hekta ka tako chu ka hekta ka washla khata ha na but I don't know what copy now kicks you up in the car. Now, hector care. What are you kid copy watch it picked out chosen it to load. Now, hook low chip in a hook, P1 each up, you know, kicks up in the car, taco or shirt care. Now, near Solapolo, hochi chopping to low. Now, le hook church now, hook walkie patience, tacoxti hair. Hata kapazla ya pikte ka hekta kya lel ukina jina ha zania na jina ha wakaja takaka hogna kiksi apiktalo na ha better ruki yuasha koktalo na hoch wo hinchi happy ensure wo kuze na we chozane na wo kiktalo ham se hochi chapiktalo Mitaki o mazani kilo. Mitaki asi. Koka shala ya pe kawa ya kera owe yo kishni energy telo ai akhlate hayay ya take hayay weche chadek tacha le chamuelo yo ay play up.
Oh.
Thank you.
We have requests to be excused today. We have Michelle, Todd, and Mike. At 3? Okay. Anybody else?
I apologize. 3 o'clock, please.
Stan?
I can excuse it for not today.
At 4 o'clock. Royal and Sherry.
Yeah, I like to, big skins, I gotta be at Waterbury High School. So, here, 1:30 at once.
When? Sherry.
4 o'clock.
Bob.
10 o'clock tonight. I'd like to be excused at noon too. I'm attending that same ceremonies in White River. A senior class is being honored and one of my top coaches is graduating. So I'm going to be trying the Eagle Feather on today.
Anybody else? Oh, I got Stan at 4.
I just want to make a comment. Want to be excused for some of the days that I missed that. I sent in some doctor statements and so forth, but the month of March and April, I was hospitalized.
We got here. Yeah, excuse me.
Welcome.
I'll go back and check. Yeah, I'll go back and check. Sure, but I'm pretty sure he was excused every time. I need to make that.
Motion to approve the excuses.
Okay, so we have Bob and Tanya will be gone at noon, Royal at 1 PM, Willie and Wayne at 3, and Sherry and Stan at 4. Is that everybody? Okay. And Charles DeBray will be late. He'll be here at noon. Chris is on his way. Okay. Motion to approve the excuses. Motion by Sherry? Second? Tammy? Question? Votes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, agenda, Sherry.
Before we approve the agenda today, I want to make a recommendation that maybe we let Jolene go very first and then go straight into resolutions.
Okay.
That's what I want to recommend for the council.
Jolene go very first.
Yeah, very, very
I have Totes, Emily, and Royal.
Emily was before me.
Okay, Emily.
Thank you.
Totes.
Oh, Madam President, I was just requesting if I could add 3 issues underneath old business when we get to that today. They're from
Okay.
committees that we've been waiting for.
Unfinished
Some
business?
Motion actions, yes.
Thank you. Totes.
Good morning to the Oyate, to all our listeners. You know, we really need to tend to business. We've been talking about a lot of stuff, but we don't get it done. There's a lot. We have the animal control, we have Prairie Hills, solid waste. That resolution was passed in January. They're still waiting for, we need to discuss that today. For solid waste. If we don't get to it today, tomorrow, we need to
For
see.
cleanup?
Yeah, for the cleanup. Because remember, we just found out that day that housing said that they weren't gonna kick in their 100,000. So what are we gonna do now? And then, we need our fair reports. Fair is coming up right around the corner and we still haven't received them. Can we get all the fair reports today, please? I know some of them are ready in the back already. If we can just,
The financials?
yep, the financials, we'd like to see those. And, Cher did, our councilwoman, Wright did the second meeting on bootlegging. Let's make a move on it. That's killing our people just as much as meth is. Oh, we just lost a 27-year-old young, beautiful woman to cirrhosis. So let's start moving on things and working for the people. And let's have a good meeting today. Thank you.
Royal.
Madam Chair, looking at NCAI's website, I think they have a team caucus meeting in May 25th.
It's May 19th and 20th. Yeah, next week.
I don't know if we paid the dues, you know, Wayne.
That one for NCI?
I'm not sure.
On that, I just want to make a motion to approve travel to attend the
Is that open
NCAI.
for everybody? Or was it just for the,
I think it was just, it's limited.
yeah,
Um,
that team?
Oh, the TVIC one? Yeah, in DC or the reform, right?
Yeah.
Reform of TVIC. Yeah, I was gonna try to go to that, but they had a May 1st deadline of
Yeah, it's already
registration.
closed.
This one is NCAI Budget Task Force.
Are you motioning for travel?
Yes, motion travel for NCAI.
What's the dates?
May 18th.
May 18th.
Yeah.
That one's in DQ, right? I'll be gone next week for that. That's at 1 o'clock. That's a pre-planning meeting for that. And then we're gonna have at the Indian Affairs room on the 19th and 20th, we're gonna talk about TBAC restructuring.
Can we talk about that today too?
Yeah, we're kind of looking at restructuring that. I think BIA is gonna pay for my travel out there as a co-chair, so well, I'll know a little bit more. We're supposed to have a Zoom meeting at noon. I don't know if I'll be able to get on it, but doesn't see if Treasurer Boyd can jump on it for me. Second by Sherry. All in favor, or question? Totes. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
One.
Gloria. Motion carried. Okay, Lila.
Morning, council, listeners. I just wanted to, also allude on to the community cleanup situation. I've been receiving calls and texts and stuff, and, we need to, as a body, start looking at our homeland here. We get busy, but we forget to take care of what we have here, and we have a beautiful reservation. And I also wanted to speak for those smaller communities that, do not have the funding to get this cleanup done. So, I know that the 4 larger ones are going to have a cleanup, but, just with TLE, they have found so many illegal dump sites, like 190 illegal dump sites. And if we don't take care of this, it's just gonna, blow over, carry over. And I think, doing this together and taking care of our homelands here, we don't want that to, ruin our lands. So if we can, have some discussion on that, as Hope brought up, where we can figure something out. See, I know when they came a while back, they did say that, this was something that they had to really think about, and, eventually it was cut. So it's real unfortunate, but our people really look forward to cleanup, and it's really an important event for us.
Sherry and then Ben.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of share with the council something that I've been working on. I've been working on a beautification proposal for the council. Unfortunately, I wanted it ready by today, but I got pretty sick last week, so I was out. I didn't get a chance to draft anything. But I did do some footwork on this beautification, and I started with solid waste, and having talks with the director of solid waste, I was made aware that the elder program that we provide for our elders costs solid waste $124,000 annually. And we're not very consistent when it comes to some programs. If they provide a service and we direct them to do that for free, we'll pick the cost up. And then in some instances, we won't. We'll make the program cover that cost. And unfortunately, in this instance with solid waste, which is trying to function like a business, we're having them pick up the cost. Well, in speaking with Director Mills, he did say that if the tribe could pick up the $124,000 elder program, that he would come forth and put roll-offs in the communities throughout the year, at least once a month. And the action behind that is to address the illegal dumping and the fact that Carter landfill is not always open. So I did take that to Budget and Finance. It was tabled at Budget and Finance, but that's just where we're at with that. So I'll go back to Budget and Finance. I'm going to reintroduce it unless the council wants to address it today with the treasurer. But I just wanted to make that aware. And there's other portions and parts to this beautification project that include transportation and our land office as well. So when that's finished, I'll bring that forth, but maybe we could start by addressing the solid waste elder program. Thank you, Council.
Ben,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I guess the other thing that I'm going to bring up, I don't know if we add to agenda, I just make some motions on it, but I want to clarify the Elder Day and Memorial Day weekend. I think it was put out there on memo that, email that they're not going to celebrate Memorial Day, the federal holiday. We're going to celebrate on Friday, I think it is. So
yesterday we changed that
You changed
back to the regular 4-day weekend.
okay, for the weekend. So that's what I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure. Okay, that's good. So that's the one thing I wanted to address, but also at the same time to our Elder Day, I'm also requesting, and I'll probably do it in a motion, that the St. Francis Senior School let them utilize the track, the new track, well, actually because again, a lot of our elders sit in their cars rather than the bleachers that can be up the new track. So, but also have some of our programs, whether it's road program or sand and gravel, to go and help them clear up that track so it's flat, so they can utilize it. We should take better care of our elders, I guess, so like people can sit and watch. So those are just my requests. I don't know if I want to make it a motion to have them do that.
Can you clarify your motion by Ben to have?
To request St. Francis Senior School to have, or let the coordinators of the Elder Day utilize the new track field, so spectators can be in the bleachers and watch them as they are participating in some of their activities. And also, I don't know if it's in the same motion, but also to have our programs, whether it's road programs or sand and gravel, to go up there and help them clear off that track so it's level. So I know it's all messed up and tore up there, just so they can have it in a better area. Because right now they're utilizing the old track field, which is always tore up because of the mud and everything on there. The grass is pretty bad over there. People have to sit in their cars, they park all kinds of ways over there at the old football field.
Motion by Ben to request St. Francis Indian School to allow the coordinators of the Elder Day utilize the field and allow the road to programs to level the track. Okay, for a second. Second by Marion. Any discussion? Question by Lila. All in favor?
That would be the new track.
The new track.
15,
Opposed?
0.
Not voted.
And I've also got another two to find out, because it's Elder Day, that are we still utilizing the elderly funding for that? $50 to $100 that was before for Elder Days. Are you still utilizing that this?
I don't know. We might have to go back to budget and finance and see if, I don't know where we're sitting with allowing that type of to go out. I think.
I mean, my deal is just the budget and finance has the council donations, which is always a big issue. And that's the Oyate's money right there.
Last time we gave out $50. Wait, we're discussing how much did that total around?
$65,000.
$5,000.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. I don't, something to look forward to, I guess, when we do down the road there. That's just my thoughts and concerns on it, because we do have to take care of our elders. That's one of my biggest things. So that, more discussion on it, that's what I want to put out there. Thank you.
Totes.
Piggybacking off what Councilwoman Wright was just saying, I think we should call Sean down this afternoon, and we should come up with a decision at least for the cleanup part of it, and make the decision today about those blue bins, so he can do a schedule with those roll-offs like you discussed earlier in the communities, so he can get that done, and then we can still go back to the rest of your beautification plan later on that you're working on. But we really need to address this, because trash is getting out of hand, these dump sites, and, you know, some of our people do really well taking care of their homes. Everyone should pitch in and take care of your yards and honor and respect Jimaka. Keep our homes clean, our yards clean. But, yeah, I'd like Sean to come down so we can discuss it and get it on the floor and make a motion and get it taken care of, because it's been sitting too long.
Yeah. What does Sean charge for those big roll-offs? He charge the community when he puts them out there? I guess he does, doesn't he? How much per
I don't remember.
container? Anybody know?
$600.
Yeah, he usually submits a budget and it shows how many roll-offs per community and how much it costs. And I think, you know, it's not the same every year. It depends on the gas prices too. But
Be more this year.
hi, Sherry and then Emily.
I just wanted to make a motion to approve the agenda with those changes I said, but I'd like to start from Veterans Affairs and go up.
Veterans Affairs.
Yeah.
We'll start from the bottom.
Yeah, I'd like to start from the bottom up.
Do you still want to go with Jolene
Yes.
first and then the resolutions?
Very, very first.
Very
Yeah.
Chris, did you want to add your report on here for 150th?
Yeah, if you get time. I'm also gonna attend that senior honoring the school called yesterday, so
What time is that?
it's at 2:00. I'll probably leave here at 1:30 though.
Okay. Motion by Sherry to approve the agenda. Second by Toles.
Yes.
Question. All in favor? Wait.
Sorry.
60,
Opposed?
0, 0.
Motion carried. Jolene, you first this. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to give a real brief update. I know it's confusing, so that's why I wanted to get the clarification out on the SWA beautification. And I'm clarifying because there was a letter that went out that said that a beautification project was canceled, and that was the $75 payment that went out to community SWA units. That has already been removed, and so that is what's going on. For the 100,000 big community where they pay the 100,000 in for the cleanup, that is still in the SWA budget and has not been moved as of right now. I know it's confusing because at the last time that they were here, there was a discussion about needing more money to maintenance and update the houses, but I just wanted to clarify that decision has not yet been made. And so if there is anything that should be considered in that, please let me know so we can make sure that that's all being considered when that final decision is being made. I know one thing that was discussed previously was maybe asking other chartered entities that might have revenue to help kick in also so that it doesn't seem so burdensome on just one or two additional entities, but I did get clarification just now that there has not been a decision made either way. And that's the way it is right now, the 100,000 is still in the budget for where they pay SWA a portion or whatever that part is. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolene.
Good morning, council and administration.
Good morning.
I'm Jolene Wenstar, the FTO for Rosebud Agency Office. Today's monthly report for May, we'll start out with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe payroll account, $7,071.61. That looks a little low because last week there was a drawdown made by the tribe, so.
How much was that?
$7,071.61. And I emailed the report to everybody, so you should have a copy in your email. TLE's certificate account, $7,135,315.51. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, $10,451,1 $107.41. Our whereabouts and known accounts, we're still sitting at 2,355. This morning, we have two of our Rosebud staff sitting out in the entryway of the tribal office, willing to take address updates and letting people know if they have family that are on the list and getting contact information. One new update, our new phone number for the office is 605-307-8859. And we have a toll-free number, with part of the BIA is 1-877-907-8744, option 7. At the beginning of this month, we had to get rid of our old phone number, and now we're internet-based calling. So if you call, it comes right to our computer. We don't have a standalone phone anymore. So the other thing is we're going to have another outreach in July for Mission, Rosebud, and St. Francis, the larger communities. July 7th, 8th, and 9th, tentatively, and we'll be working in conjunction with the Indian Land Tenure Foundation. That's all I have for today. Does anyone have any questions?
Sherry.
Thank you, Jolie. Do you know what the holdup is on our request for our ILCA from TLE?
We just met with TLE last week on Thursday, and Aisha is going to get the updated tribal resolution, because I think the account number had to be corrected, and the amount to utilize had to be corrected, so she'll be bringing that to the approved.
Okay.
And so once that approved, then we'll, the tribe, and the other update, I guess, we have a new land market study coming, and we checked with the appraisal services, and they gave us a deadline of June 30th to be completed. So all the new tracks for Rosebud will be updated appraisal-wise.
Okay.
And so as soon as those appraisal numbers get entered into the system, the tribe can go ahead and start making new offers utilizing that money.
Okay.
And as far as the waiver that went to be reimbursed with the ILCA funds, that is still pending at the solicitor's office.
Yeah.
No word from anybody, huh?
No words, just crickets, so we're being patient on that.
Thank you.
We have the numbers on the
Yeah, we have the total amounts. I can send that in a separate email. For public, I think we made the decision not to air that publicly, so I can include that in a follow-up email. The total amount, yeah.
that before we used to bring that.
Okay, yeah.
She did too, but we asked him. And others.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Just have one.
Uh-huh.
Our leases seem to be coming real slow. Is there any particular reason or
That would be a BIA question, because, we only capture it when the lease money is sent to the lockbox and then transferred to the appropriate accounts. So, yeah, that's a BIA question. Yeah. Stan? Yeah, question?
On your, where people have money coming to them, they need addresses and so forth. Is that still on our phone? I know that one of the reports that we gave, we had some, place for it. You listed some names.
Are they?
Yeah, we have the listing for Privacy Act information. I can't add the dollar amounts for each individual on that listing, but there are people, we do have about $22 million, not 22 million, sorry, $22,000 total for all those people on that listing.
Yeah, I was gonna forward mine to the chair. Some names for.
Yeah, you can share that listing. If you know anybody on that listing, have them call our office or email us, But the best way to reach us is by this phone number. And if we don't answer because we'll be on our computer, we'll still call them back.
You got a dial?
Yes, yeah.
Can you run that number one more time?
Yeah, the local number is 605-307-8859, option 7. And we have the toll-free number is 1-877-907-8744, option 7. Yeah. Yeah. And when it gets closer for the outreach that we're going to have, if anybody has suggestions on what they want us to provide to the public besides estate and financial planning, we're all ears and open to suggestions too. Okay, that's all I have.
Motion to approve the report. Second by Sherry, second by Tammy, question by Totes. All in favor? Yeah, we need one second. Read. Marijuana.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1, 2.
Thank you, Jolene.
Thank you.
You're just cold, I'm just nice and cozy.
Okay, Jen.
That one first, since we have enough.
Yeah.
The marijuana one? Read your folder.
Oh, yeah?
Can you read it? I'm not.
Okay.
Might want to call, Whitney needs to see.
I know you guys.
Whitney would have that, right? Yeah, I'll take that, have it in my email. Okay. So this 20, Wayne, is this 2677?
Yep.
How do we do this, Madam Secretary? Motion for second reading?
Where's the number? Sorry.
77. Under here.
All right, this would be the second reading motion.
Motion by Wayne, second. For second reading.
Sherry?
Oh, it has to be seconded by Sherry. Boy, Wayne, read it into me.
Okay, I'll read the amendments underneath the headings of the sections. So medical registration card requirement and application. We will be adding a part D, persons at least 21 years of age who are qualifying patients may submit a written self-certification affirming that they have a qualifying medical condition as part of their application. Even if they do not have a written certification from a healthcare practitioner, persons who submit false information shall be liable for perjury and subject to prosecution. Then we will be adding an E, persons under 21 years of age are not permitted to self-certify and must include a practitioner certification and written approval from their parent and legal guardian. Also, F, the tribe shall issue registry identification cards to qualifying patients who submit the following in accordance with the rules promulgated by the tribe. A written certification issued by a practitioner within 1 year immediately preceding the day of the application on our self-certification form. We will also be Section 17-11-4, Rosebud Cannabis Control Commission verification of information, issuance of identification card. Rosebud Cannabis Control Commission or an authorized tribal agency or entity shall, verify the information contained in the application to self-certification or renewal submitted pursuant to the ordinance, and approve or deny an application for renewal with 15 days of receiving an application, self-certification or renewal application. Issue and strike identification medical registration card to a qualifying patient. Then we will be adding under 17-11-5, licensed retail facilities verification of information, issuance of identification card. Licensed retail facilities may do the following in accordance with the requirements of this. Okay. Section 1 is verify the information contained in an application, self-certification or renewal submitted pursuant to the ordinance, and approve or deny any application for renewal within 15 days of receiving a completed application, self-certification, or a renewed application. 2, issue an identification card to a qualifying patient. 3, enter the identification number into the dispensary verification system, which means someone will be able to go over to Pejico and turn in their stuff to get a card, whereas before they had to go next door here to the annex building, then go to the dispensary. So now they'll be able to do it on site. The Rosebud Cannabis Control Commission and licensed retail facilities may deny any application of a self-certification or renewal of an applicant registry identification card only if the applicant does not provide the required information, fee, or materials, does not meet the requirement to obtain an identification card. 3, provided false information. Section 17-11-89, confidential list personnel information. The Rosebud Cannabis Control Commission and licensed retail facilities shall maintain a secure location on the confidentiality list of the name, address, phone number, identification card number of each person to whom the commission or authorized agency and entity has issued an identification card, which means that they will keep the private information private for all patients. You want me to read the resolution?
Yes.
All right. 5th whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established a Tribal Economic Development Committee pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 87 as amended in January 19, 2012, to operate with input from directors and tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal economic development in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws. Whereas April 7, 2026, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Economic Development Committee enacted a motion to recommend to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to amend the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Law and Order Code to add the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code Title 17, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Control Ordinance, attached as Exhibit 1, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Economic Development Committee and amends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code Title 17, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Ordinance. Rosebud Sioux Tribe Title 17 is a medical marijuana control ordinance. Sections 17-11-3, 17-11-4, 17-11-5, 17-11-6, 17-11-7, 17-11-8, 17-11-9, attached as Exhibit 1, enacted as RST Ordinance Number 2601, and be it further also resolved the effective date of the amendment to the RST Sioux Tribal Law and Order Code to Title 17, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Control Ordinance shall be final upon approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and publication in accordance with the RST Law and Order Title 4, Chapter 3. Thank you.
Discussion. Call for the question. That's actually by Tammy. All in favor? Post.
0,
Not voting.
1.
Carried. Yay. We publish it.
Right, so they can recoup their costs.
Do we need to make a motion
Yeah.
to publish it?
Yes.
I'll move.
How long do we have to publish it?
For 10 days.
10 days.
Motion to have the secretary's office publish the ordinance updates for 10 days.
Second by Wayne. Question by Emily. All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Motion carried. Are we just gonna go down the resolution list? Should we start with budget and finance?
We were kind of start with Veterans Affairs.
Veterans Affairs?
We can start from the
Well, I was looking at the secretary's list for resolutions. You wanna start there or go from the bottom?
Why don't you go from the bottom up so we can get all these programs taken care of?
Council, we're gonna start from the bottom up on our agenda. Who sits on Veterans Affairs? Ben,
Yeah, hey,
do your committee report?
yeah, we can do it. I can do a little quick update on the bill, wants to do it or not. What?
Do you have any resolutions?
No resolutions on it, just some updates about what they're trying to do to help on everything, I guess, as far as, I know, we haven't had a meeting in a while here, so I just want to make sure that we, I guess, clarify that, we're trying to help out as much as we can, also with the 150th, anniversary there, so, but that's the only thing I think, unless I'm missing on anything, Bill. There was a situation, I'm not sure, I was gonna bring this up, and I'm not sure if we want to put this out there. I'll probably try to be as discreet as possible, but there's a situation that was brought up with, the Veterans Affairs Program.
Is it HR?
Well, no, it's a situation that the administration is dealing with also, and it's been hampering the Veterans Affairs Program since, I think probably in November. But it has to do with funding and somebody getting funding, utilizing that funding and brought it, or actually, how would you say that? Took it on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe's name. And it's a lot of money, but Rosebud Sioux tribe was not involved in that transaction, that funding. And we've had a big issue with it. I know the Veterans Affairs Committee had put it in there. The administration is aware of it. I did try to put in some type of, I guess, blockage on it because the way they're utilizing that funding is just for themselves, not for the part of the veterans. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's addressed. I don't know how more detailed I can go in on it because it's still going on. The person who's utilizing it is still trying to get some support from the tribe because they use the tribe's name to go out there and benefit the veterans. So it's a lot of money, but we need to make sure that we, I guess we did put a stop to it. I don't know how the Attorney General Office is doing, or even the administration is working on it. This is back in November, December. So the Veterans Affairs Program is dealing with that. I don't know how much, again, we can put it out there, but at the same time, too, it is not benefiting the tribe or the Veterans Affairs Committee. So that's something I wanted to put out there.
We have Wayne, or Willie, Wayne and then
About a month ago, we put a member on Veterans Committee. It's been over a month.
Yep.
I ran into him a couple days ago and said he never did get a notice from nobody down here.
We mailed it to him that very next day, and it's never been returned. So
Wanted to bring that up.
maybe next time we might have to start doing certified mail, because we did mail it to him.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt your report, but we do have President Starr comes out from Oglala Sioux Tribe here. I can have him come up if you want to say hi to our council.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for coming to Rosebud.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Sorry to interrupt your meeting today, your important meeting, but I just wanted to say good morning to you all, and we're here on some business on the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Little Bighorn, so we want to come and talk with your folks, see how we can get our traditional people involved, so I'm looking forward to that, but I'm not going to interrupt your meeting too. I know you guys, too much longer, but I know you guys have a lot of business, but I just wanted to stop in and say hello. I hope, we can work together,
on a lot more events throughout the rest of this year. So I just want to say hi. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem, we meet all the time.
All day.
All day.
Actually, Councilor Frederick has,
How you doing, man?
Oglala plates.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yes, thank you guys.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Leon.
Hey, Sue, voice. I listen to you guys on the radio.
Oh,
Okay, sure. Appreciate it. Thank you. Come back in and, I think Chris is gonna give a report too here later.
Okay.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me. My good. I'm Rosebud.
Yeah, I think Madam Chair.
Let's take the floor. I had Wayne and Sherry.
Okay.
My question, Madam Chair, was, I asked Ben, he said we are currently advertising for that director position up there. And then, so when it closes, what is the process? Because I've been getting phone calls on this. Does their charter say that the Veterans Committee makes recommendation to council? Or does council interview all applicants?
I think that's kind of the way we wanted to have it, is that they just wanted to look at the applicants and then find out which ones would be more suitable for them for the program, and then send them up to council for interviews. And that way the council could pick one, I guess. So that's kind of what our process was before. Relay that last month. So we made motions on that stuff. So.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure of
Who
that.
does HR go and vet them again?
Well, we just asked them if they could put in their details along with some of the, I guess, information that they had. It has to be a veteran. So they would have them there at the Veteran Affairs, and they would just, pick up, they'll vet them themselves, basically, and have sent about 4 of them to council to.
Okay, thank you.
So has personnel committee went and changed the job description?
Yes, it went through committee, last week, I think, whatever, because I was here to make sure that we got the minutes from the Veteran Affairs. They were able to send it through the committee. The committee did approve it, and they also did, approve the, advertising right away for it. So that's where we're at right now.
Sherry.
Thank you. So on behalf of that, entity, was it an entity or was it an individual?
It's an individual.
Okay.
Individual.
Do you know who the funding source was?
It's through the federal part, it's a federal government, I can't remember what it is. They went out there and sought the funding out on behalf of the tribe. And, we weren't aware of it. Nobody was aware of it until he came to try to, I guess, recruit some people to help veterans, but it was only a small portion of it. And we've asked, I guess, the chairman's office have asked him several times to cease and assist, and it never happened. He's still reaching out to local veterans here in the Rosebud to try to get him to support him and stuff, I guess, so.
Do you know if the administration has sent a letter to that federal agency letting them know that that's not a?
That was back in November, I think is when we had that, and I'm not sure where that's at.
Maybe we'll wait till the chairman comes back to the council and.
Because we're still getting calls from him to try to get stuff going on here, but it's, we told him to stop, and there was actually a motion by the Veteran Affairs Committee to actually have him looked into also, to make sure that we tell him to not be pursuing it. But it is funding on behalf of the Rosebud tribe, and he is going to other tribes to try to, utilize it. So that's tough. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We weren't aware of it until last year, and then I wasn't aware of it until they brought it to committee again. So I did get a phone call from him, I think, this past February, trying to recruit, try to use that funding.
Do you have them draft up a report for us?
Yes.
And get to us?
Yes,
So we know who the funding agency is, the individual, and, what's happened so far.
Yes.
So we know what action we need to take.
Okay, yes, that-
Thank you, Councilman.
Treasurer Boyd, are you aware of that? What's going on up there? With Veterans Affairs? Yeah, just email it out to us.
Okay, yeah, because the chairman's office is the one that's doing it, and I know her people are actually looking into it, and they're talking with them back and forth, and a lot of issues went on with that, so I don't know what's become of it since. And we haven't had a meeting with the Veteran Affairs past couple of months here. Some issues, but anyway, that's kind of where it's at. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to did text, and she said that the VA is aware.
Aware of the issue and stuff, yeah. Yep.
Okay. I
But yeah,
have,
what is
Tammy.
Is this individual trying to do it like a 501c3 or?
He's trying to partner with one of the programs up there in Rapid City that are benefiting for the tribe here, or our veterans here at the tribe, but they're saying no, they're not helping him out or anything, so he's trying to do it separately on his own. It's very, frustrating for us, because it's a lot of money, like over $1 million, I think is what it was, so it's kind of bad. So,
Yeah, if you can get that information out to us,
yeah.
especially Treasurer Boyd.
Yes, definitely.
Stan,
Who's our acting, director now?
The assistant, admin assistant, Troy? Yeah.
I've been up there since, Orlando left, with the Norris Post, and, usually go up to about this time of the year, usually help us with some flags. We're cleaning up our Creek Cemetery, church. We had some kids going around this last weekend, but it's coming up. I just want to stop up and visit them. Thank you.
Yep, we should have that coming up here, especially with Memorial Day weekend, but that's the only thing I have so far. I mean, if you have any other questions, this is what we're here to do, to help these committees and these programs work out, so. Other than that, that's all we have. If there's any other questions.
a motion to approve this report? I'll move. Motion by Sherry to approve, seconded by Chris. Question by Stan. All in favor?
Next thing,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. PUC, Tribal Utilities Commission. I know Todd had a lot he wanted to report on that, but he's not here today. We can defer that till tomorrow if he comes. Tech Road. Who's our Tammy?
I would like to call Pam in as the chairperson because we have a lot of issues that need to be discussed regarding tech.
You gonna go next second?
Not really. We shouldn't have to.
You get Pam the floor? Okay. Pam.
Okay.
I'll go get her too.
It's outside. Yeah.
We have 2 board members too that, are they done being advertised, honey?
Yeah.
That would be 2
Vacant? Are they vacant or they're termed up?
terms.
Are you the link, Councilor?
All I can say is that this program has had a lot of complaints submitted towards it that you need to really address, and I know some of it has to deal with personnel matters or conflict of interest. The board did make some recommendations to the administration, to our president. However, to this day, we haven't gotten any response from her. And I know they do want to keep more of their Tetra fee, which we did visit with Wayne on, I think that was last year, right? And Wayne did make a recommendation to them on how to go forward with that. But I would feel more comfortable with, Pam speaking, because she knows a little bit more than I do.
What percentage are they at for the technical?
Right now, it's like 1.5% for remote too.
Sure.
Thank you. Council, really tread softly on, releasing any funds, and please keep in mind that we only have a handful of sources of revenue that actually come to the tribe. And, right now, one of our main sources of revenue is already getting, requests for, funding from our communities, and which takes away from our dividend. And this also, this Tecro tax, we have gotten a lot in the past couple of years, but that's because of ARPA and all the ARPA construction. So I would say that before any decision is made, some trends and some data prior to COVID needs to be looked at, so you can see how much of a shortfall your general budget will have, your general account budget. So I would suggest if they need funds for something specific, that they should just put it in their budget for that year rather than allowing them to retain some of the percentage of the Tecro tax.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Sure.
They're gonna be bringing in millions this year in Tecro fees, just so you know, but I'll wait till Pam comes and then I'll go forward with my report.
We'll
Then
move on
the
to,
whole board wanted to be here whenever this came up.
we'll move on to transportation committee. Looks like there's 4 resolutions. Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I do the resolutions, a couple things going on. The I-7 should be doing a grading for that. It's the 6 mile on to highway, what's that, A3? 2 bridges were done, or they're moving to get concrete to 2 bridges. I think it's Lambert and the Yellow Cloud. They're gonna be putting shoulders on here from Rosebud to 18 asphalt. And they have some other planning things. Motor Fuel is doing the silt down here at the Rosebud Dam. The resolution here that I need to bring up to, when I bring it up, I'll. Yeah.
Looks like we have 4 resolutions.
Yes.
Councilor. You want
Just want to
to
get a short update, yeah, and then I'll move. Okay.
So the shoulders from on BIA 1?
Yeah, from Rosebud to 18. That should be done this summer. Should be starting that. I'll start with resolution 102.
Motion by Maxine to approve resolution 102. Second. Seconded by Sherry. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. All right. Start with 6 whereas. Whereas the RST Transportation Program has been awarded grant number 2025-TTPSF 3122 designated for permanent speed feedback signs with a total allocation of $100,000. This funding originates from the fiscal year 2025 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund TTPSF grant applications. And whereas the project must be contracted within 3 years of the award date to install the permanent speed feedback signs, which will provide speed feedback on vehicle speeds in identified high-speed areas and in school zones across the Rosebud Reservation. So cost numbers. Whereas the RC Transportation Program is responsible for the coordination of all activities related to the successful implementation of the grant. And whereas the grant is funded by the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant, administered by the Federal Highway Administration, with the funding to be released through the funding agreements. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe shall maintain fiduciary responsibility over this award. RST Transportation Program will process payment through the program account, 732 336 permanent feedback signs, line item 73200, equipment purchase capitalized. And whereas our Transportation Committee recommends acceptance of the 2025 PTPSF-3122 permanent speed feedback signs grant award in the amount of $300,000 to the RST Council, and therefore be it resolved.
Let's see. Is there a budget in this? Will there be a budget for it coming?
Yes, and that's
on the plan. Any discussion? I'll call for the question by Emily. All in favor? Ed? All in favor?
sorry.
16,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. 2026-103.
Motion for 2026-103.
Second. Motion by Cowboy, seconded by Sherry. Go ahead and read it in.
Can waive the reading. It's mostly the same. It's accepting a grant, but it's just 6 whereas. I'll read in. Okay. Whereas the RST Transportation Program has been awarded grant number 2025 TTPSF 1115 Transportation Safety Plan Update with the allocations of $10,000. This funding originates from the FY 2025 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund TTPSF grant application. Yeah. So it's just accepting that grant for $10,000.
Okay. And then there will be a budget for coming with this also
Yes.
before it's spent. Okay. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Votes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Carried. Now we have 2026-104.
Okay, this is the same, to accept the grant. Station program. Motion for 2026-104.
Second by Sherry. Go ahead and read it in.
6 whereas. Whereas the RST Transportation Program has been awarded grant number 2025 TTPSF 4117 designated for the Two-Step Pathway Project with a total allocation of $570,000. This funding originates from the FY 2025 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund TTPSF grant application.
$570,000. Question? Sherry.
Thank you, Councilman. Could you explain to us what exactly the two-strike path is?
They're gonna put a pathway from Two-Strike south to St. Francis.
Okay, a walking path?
Yes.
Is there gonna be lights included in that?
I don't think they did all the planning part of it, so that's gonna be part of the planning part is
Okay.
what they need and what all can be accomplished with that amount of money.
Okay, thank you.
Will that plan be forthcoming also? Any more discussion? Call for the question. Tammy. All in favor?
16,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. So this one's emergency legislation. Has there been a number assigned yet? Water fuel one? Ellen?
Yes. I don't know if this one went through budget and finance already. This is to do another month of a rental of the excavator.
105. Who's on budget and finance?
It's just left. Lila.
Did this go through budget and finance, Lila? Area? This one that says motor fuel at the top?
I think it did for a rental agreement, but then they want to rent it for another month.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the same resolution as Madam Secretary have it.
Motion for emergency?
Yes.
Motion for emergency legislation by Cowboy, second by Tammy. Question by Sherry. All in favor?
Opposed. 0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, motion to approve 2026-105.
Motion for resolution for 2020, 2026, 105 then?
Yes. Need a second. Second by Tammy. Go ahead and read it in.
That was a seventh whereas. Whereas the RST Motor Fuel Sand Gravel Department has requested authorization to lease a 2025 2010 F diesel machinery company on a sole source basis. Whereas the terms of the lease with diesel machinery are on a month-by-month basis of $6,750 per month. So, and this is going to start from May 5th to June 5th, 2026. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the motor fuel tax, sand and gravel program to lease a 2025-2010 excavator from Diesel Machinery.
Any discussion?
Just have a question. So this is under the threshold of 25,000, but because it's been rented out 4 times, the total cost is 27,000, so that's why they're bringing it forth?
Correct.
Okay.
They said their monitor said that had to come back. Council.
Oh, good. That's good to know that the finance office is doing that. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. A question, Willie. Oh, Willie. All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Carried.
Thank you.
Sometimes Wayne just starts off at the therefore, so.
Ben. I got a quick question for the transportation program. That road down south of Kilgore there, how's that? Have we guys discussed that anything on the committee to see if we can clear that up somehow or?
Yes, we're working with our road department to try to seal the cracks or something. We put in for that grant, so we don't want to do too much to tear up that grant or anything, so.
You think that they could probably come down to actually maybe kind of clear it out or anything? Because I mean, there's probably better roads than that to travel on. I mean, Mike had brought it up quite a bit a few times. I use it quite a few times, just, going towards Valentine, I think, but it's really bad. So if we could try to maybe clear it up, scrape it or something like that, maybe put gravel on it or something, but, because I mean, you patch it, it just unevens the road, and then there's a lot of dips in there and stuff, so there's a lot of issues that go on over there, but, we just want to at least have a decent road, even if it's gravel, would be probably beneficial, because that'd be better than what it is right now, how messed up it is. Because there's so much patches on it, especially just south of the Spring Creek Junction, just south of there, it's all patched up and it's uneven. So you're driving it, and I think it's 55, I think, due to the speed limit. But even then, that's pretty hectic, and it's bad on the tires and the shocks and stuff. So I'm just kind of concerned that something may happen there, you know, that would cause something major. So if we could probably take a look at that and try to maybe get the grant or maybe the contractor to come in and just scrape it to keep it level, I guess. That's my only thought, because if it's gonna be fixed anyway, then what's the point? But it's really bad, really, really bad. And it's been like that for the past probably 20 years now, I mean 30 years now, and it's getting worse. I know Mike was really upset about it last time we did pass that, what do you call it, the weight limit on that, from Kilgore, so that's what I'm kind of concerned of also. But if we had something there to improve it, I guess you could say, would be beneficial, so. But yeah, I know I brought it up in 2024 when I first got on council, and they said that there was gonna be a grant coming in 2025 to do it, but it never happened. So that's my concern. Yeah, I kind of got passed up. So anyway, if we could do something our own, that we can do something to help it, I would definitely be in, look forward to that, I guess. So, but I guess with the transportation committee, I probably would have to go there to see what we can do. I guess we do have quite a few sand and gravel and a road department that can go down and maybe clear it up somehow, some way, just so it's level and even. But those are just my concerns. If you guys are working on it, great. If not, then we need to put more attention to it.
And we are working on it. So with the grant we just did for the planning processes, we're still looking at 5 years out. So the road department's looking at a way, the best and the price of it, because it's gonna cost money and the road department don't have that money right now. So he's come up with the best price to do it, and then we're gonna have to come back to budget and finance to get the money to do it.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, thank you. That's the only concern I have.
You know, the Rosebud Mission Junction, look how many times vehicles go over that. There hasn't been an accident where the person who goes straight across hasn't hit somebody on the main road. Is there any way, and we have the lights there, there's lighting there, but how else can we have a flashing stoplight? Because the landowners across the road, they have to repair the fence every time. The barbed wire is expensive, and they have railroad ties up there right now, but that doesn't even stop the cars that fly through there. Is there some kind of is there a solution that we can come up with for that, just the stop sign area there?
And we just talked about that yesterday, and the transportation program is gonna set more lighting up there, you know, flashing lights for that 18 and 1 junction.
Okay.
And I think this, with that, grant that we just awarded to accept will help with some of that funding to do some of that lighting and stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I thought of it too.
Tammy, whenever I was done here, I was ready to bring Tammy, so.
Okay.
Ben. I have a quick question. With that EI-1 and 18 junction there too, did you guys, I guess, look into try to widen it? Because I know in the morning, I guess there's a lot of cars that go there and it clogs up the traffic. So if they can widen it to take the left, west, I mean, if they can make it another turn.
Turning lane?
Yeah, turning lane, wide enough to do that. So that way it doesn't clog up traffic in the morning and causing accidents and stuff, I think, because there's a lot of people that would go through there. And I know it's just at 8 o'clock and also 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but if we could probably find some solution to that also, to try to get that wide enough to have two lanes for that, it might be beneficial, I think, down the road there, but something to look into.
Bring up committee, there's one thing, I don't know how far the state's jurisdiction goes with that fence line, so we'd have to get with them to.
Okay. All right, take that back.
Emily.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of jump on because one of the concerns of that same area, I assumed was a state issue, but maybe if there's room to work with them, is the Lakeview turn is kind of a blind turn sometimes if you're not from the area, especially like traffic jam hours, like after school and after work. There's a lot of times where there's near miss accidents or accidents because people are slowing down to turn on or from that gravel road. Yes, and so I don't know if that's something that we can maybe work with the state as well as like those flashing caution signs to say, hey, there's some blind turns or something, because from either way, when you come over there, if you're not from here, you might not know that there's going to be some traffic going out there. I just wanted to suggest maybe discussion. Thank you. Anything further?
Yes, another thing is the junction over here by the hospital. We need to at some time come up with a plan. They did a planning thing for a roundabout, three-way stop, or a stop sign. And KLJ is ahead of that. I don't know if you want to bring them in and kind of go over what they think. Their option was the roundabout, so, but it's, we need the discussion on it, which way we need to go with it. Yeah, that's all I got.
I won't get stuck in that roundabout.
Thank you.
Ben,
Report.
motion by Ben to approve the transportation report, second by Totes, question by Sherry, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
What?
Motion carried. Thank you, Cowboy.
Yep, thank you.
SWA is next. Do you want to, Kim's down here. Do you want to listen to the recommendation for the C?
We need to go back into technical.
Or do you want to go back into tech room?
I guess it's up to Tammy.
Oh, does council want you to go back to tech room? Are they here?
Techro? Okay, let's do techro.
Okay, go ahead.
And we're requesting executive session.
Yeah, I'll second. All the Clarisons and executive. Okay. We're in executive.
Are you in executive now?
Yes.
Exhibit.
Yeah.
page and they're not. One's doing without the other. So can you guys make a recommendation that they have a meetings together to plan these funeral? I mean, to plan the cemetery and whatever burial going on out there also?
I think the director was gonna work with Solo and another.
Okay.
Yeah, Wilda was, I mean, especially regarding these home site, burials, I know Wilda was gonna reach out to them and try to come up with a actual plan or procedure to follow with that, so that they're not just all over the place.
And they're gonna bring that to governmental affairs, right?
Yep.
Because of the motion that was made here?
Yeah, Wilda, I'm sure it comes up, and then, I did put Wilda in as 24/7, so she comes in on the weekends, and then allowed Shorty to take the excavator home on weekends, so that he can go and do the burial, or grave.
That's all I have. I don't have anything else for.
Okay, we want to make a motion by Sherry to approve the social services report, second by Totes, question by Marion. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
1202. Okay. Personnel committee.
Before we get to that, just to add on to, social services, it's been a while since I've been at the meetings. I didn't do it formally here, so I need to, step down from that committee. And, if somebody's here is interested, they can, take that spot. And there is a, attachment to that, but I'm not agreeing with it because it was, I was removed, I wasn't here, I contested it, but there's nothing I can do, so I'm just stepping down. And if somebody, because it's a lot of work, I sat on that committee since 2015, and, it's really a lot of work, but if somebody's willing to, step up to my plate, then they're more than welcome to. So, if I can step down.
Anybody interested? Totes? I will. Okay.
But I have governmental affairs in the afternoon, so might as well stay all day.
So if somebody would like to entertain a motion to accept Lila's resignation from the Social Services Committee and to seat Totes. By Wayne, seconded by Ben. Question by Bill. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Personnel committee. Marion.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had discussion on several issues, but we didn't make any motions or any decisions, but we did approve the Veterans Affairs job description with the amendment of the DD 214 and the Veterans Affairs. And that to be advertised for 30 days.
Advertising, excuse me?
30 days.
For 30 days? When did that start?
Okay. And then we also approved 2 positions with Resco for a field tech. And that should be advertised for 30 days also. And then we also approved the child nutrition specialist for child. And we approved travel for a mediator training that's going on right now today in Rapid City. So. And
Sherry.
Thank you. Marion, I know we made a motion a while back in Personnel Committee for the Personnel Office or the HR office to host a job fair. And I'm sorry that I missed the last meeting. Was there any updates on that?
I haven't gotten anything from that, and I'm going through all the motions that have been made in personnel, what needs to be followed up, because there's a lot of them that need to be followed up on that haven't been followed up on. Including motions that were made to the president's office and to HR and different.
Okay. Thank you. I just think it's really important because, this year, I mean, I hope most of them go off to college, but a lot of them probably won't. A lot of them will choose to stay home or go to SGU and find work. But I don't know about St. Francis, how many graduates they had, but Todd County has their biggest graduating class this year. Over 100 graduates. I think it was like 130 graduates or something. Don't quote me on that. It was a lot though. And it would be really good to start having some career fairs. I made that motion months ago. I was hoping that it would have been done in the spring. But yes, we could discuss it at personnel.
Thank you.
Ben?
Just real quick, we didn't seek totes, so make a motion to seek totes on the personnel.
We did, we included it. Social services.
Okay.
Yeah, social services.
Land and natural, real quick.
We have a motion to
resolutions.
approve her report. Motion by Emily, seconded by Sherry, questioned by Ben, all in favor.
Well,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
two,
Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Land and Natural, Senator Fredericks, you're up.
I'll start off with, I want to make a motion. I've been getting a lot of messages. Motion to have a special council meeting with operators and landowners to go over the grazing resolution or finalization of the grazing resolution
Special council meeting with who?
with operators and landowners
When?
to go over the finalization of the grazing resolution
When?
as soon as they can. I don't want to take away from, I don't want to take away from committee days.
29th, it's free. Oh shit. If you look at the calendar, it has the 29th. We have no meetings on the 29th. It's on a Friday.
Okay.
Should we do it Friday, that 29th?
Friday the 29th? There's nothing scheduled.
10 o'clock?
Somebody mentioned that we will really need to push this to get it approved. Otherwise, we're gonna extend those a year.
Another year.
Well, I was going to do it today, but they're all requesting to be here in person, so obviously they want to wait.
I have a question. Is it possible to do it before the 27th so that if there is any action, it can still be made on the 27th? Because that was also what Sunny suggested, if there's a way we could get it by the end of this month. If not, next month, we would need to talk about extending the current.
When's the next Land and Natural Committee meeting?
Monday.
Monday.
Do it then.
Yeah, do it.
You want to do it, have a special council meeting next Monday?
Instead of land and natural? We took all our action stuff. It's basically in this
If
file.
anybody needs action, they can come and we'd be there.
Yeah.
So what's that date then?
The 18th? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Wayne.
18?
Special council meeting on the 18th for the grazing resolution. Okay. Motion by Wayne, second by Totes, question by Sherry. All in favor?
one,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
two.
Madam Chair?
Sherry?
I have a question for the chair of Land and Natural while Ben's passing out this information. I got a lot of calls from guides concerned about the change that was made by the Game Fish and Parks Director to shorten the hunting season. I want to make a motion today to revert back to the original hunting season. We don't have a biologist, so I'm not sure why these decisions are being made. And we're cutting into people's incomes and some people's livelihoods. So I want to make a motion directing Game Fish and Parks to keep to their same hunting schedule.
What year was that? Because there was a couple of years. But hunting schedule, which year?
It should be in ours right now because did not pass council. It got sent back to committee and I believe committee just sent it back. So it should be in our packet. It's in your Land and Natural packet.
To be discussed?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, well, I'll rescind.
I'll rescind my motion. Withdraw.
Yeah, withdraw.
And it was for that reason, so that council could have that discussion on the changes.
Okay. Tammy
Number one.
and Lila.
Real quick, I don't have to do it right now, but I will need to do a, emergency legislation for TechRO on our EEOC funds. Eric did just bring in the resolution for it, so when we're done with,
What's this one?
Kelly.
TLE, drawdown?
All right, Wayne.
Okay, and then Wayne, these resolutions in our packet too, you have to go through?
What's that?
These resolutions in our gray packet?
Yep, they're in the gray packet.
Okay.
We'll
We got a lot to
start-
go
The one that
through.
we just handed out was the one I wanted to read off.
I'm sorry, I
It's a
have
TLE
Lila. Lila.
I just wanted to, she rescinded her motion, but, I know hunting's a big thing here. And if we're gonna have, so you guys are gonna have this discussion?
Right now, it's in this packet.
Oh, it's in this.
We're gonna get to it, yeah.
Okay.
It's not here
So
yet.
Matt can come down.
So can we have Matt here because this is a big deal, hunting's a big deal. And, it'd be good to have him here, so. Matt,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, Wayne, read
Are we doing a
TLE's drawdown.
So,
This for the $1 million?
the $1 million drawdown, it must be amending the 26.
No, that's the TLE resolution, and then we need ours to, so they'll have to give an emergency legislation number.
So this is a backup to
It
this
doesn't
one?
have a number?
No,
It'll be 106.
106. Motion for emergency by Wayne,
Emergency legislation.
second by Totes, question by Lila, all in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion approved, 2026 dash
106.
106. By Wayne,
Yep.
second. By Emily. Go ahead and read it.
Okay. 6, whereas the following action was taken by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council on 5/13/26, approving the drawdown of funds from the proceeds of labor account number PL 7399709 certificate land purchase account in the amount of $1 million. The purchase of these funds transfer is so money can be transferred to Wells Fargo Bank, where TLE has the checking account of the general operating is needed. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, in accordance with Article 4, hereby authorizes Chairman, Vice Chairman of the Land Enterprise Board of Directors authority on all financial transactions and withdrawals as required by 25 CFR 115.815 pertaining to this drawdown. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the officials identified above to expend such funds as specified in the resolution.
Did the board see a budget?
It's been done.
It's not attached. Okay,
It's a normal.
regular operating. It's on the back.
It's on the back.
It's on the back
Yeah,
of
it
the
should be on.
TLE resolution, the second page. Oh, I missed.
Oh, yeah, it is.
2026-002.
It's like put it in
It's on the very last page.
Oh, okay, I see.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Oh, question by Sherry. All in favor?
Wayne,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Move to bring on 2026-72. 72, it's from Forestry.
2026-72, motion by Wayne. It's in the green folder. It says Pulse. Second.
All right, will you come back to the other ones?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some older ones in there that we keep forgetting and we need to just.
Well, this is the oldest one I got. The other ones are in 90s.
So we got 72, 323, 98, 99, 100, and 101. That need to be passed.
Okay, are they all in it? Okay.
Okay, go ahead and read it in, Wayne.
All right.
Nobody?
Oh, shit.
Motion by Wayne, second by Toby.
6, whereas The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Forestry Department has followed the procurement policy and procedures without any bid for this equipment, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Forestry will utilize the equipment purchases capitalized line item in the amount of $59,577.11 in account 204.00A25AV00412 and equipment purchases capitalized line item in the amount of $12,422.89 in account 205.00019 forestry equipment A19 AV01016 to cover the cost of the sole source amount of $72,000 at Hills Equipment Pros. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Forestry Department is committed to a sole source acquisition of a point from Hills Point Equipment Pros for the 2018 GAL DL12-55 telehandler in the amount of $68,125 and a Hagen MWP 4x8 OSHA approved platform basket in the amount of $3,875 and requests the approval and amount of $72,000. Yeah. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendations. Therefore, be it resolved, the Forestry Department and selects the quote of $72,000 from Hills Equipment and Pros for the GAL DL12-55 telehandler, $68,125 in the Hagen MWP OSHA approved platform basket at $3,875. There be resolved that the president or designee is delegated to direct and sign all the documents pertaining to these two pieces of equipment.
Usually you skip that one. Discussion. Call for the question. Stan, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Be one.
Should it be 1,
1201. Okay, we have 2026-323.
323.
25. 323. Are we coming back to the 74?
320. Would it be 26 or 25?
25. 323.
Okay.
Is the
323.
tribal exchange assignment one?
Travel exchange assignment to
And Chris left for today. That's just 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, yeah. 1201.
2025-323.
Yep.
Motion by
Move.
Wayne, second by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Pursuant to provisions of Section 2 of the Grant of Exchange Assignment of Tribal Land, a designation of beneficiaries on file for tribal exchange assignment number 533-C, C is in cap, completed by our, you want to say that, Marianne Romling, requesting that upon her demise that the exchange assignment be reassigned to her sister, Susan Romling, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee has reviewed this request and reassignment and recommends approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the reassignment of the exchange assignment number 533-C to Susan Romling, and be it further resolved that the assignment be designated as Tribal Exchange Assignment 533B, and be it further resolved that the President and the Secretary of the Tribe be authorized to sign all documents to complete this. And the proof of their enrollment is on the back. And the Executive Exchange Assignment.
Gregory County, huh?
Yeah.
Discussion. Call for the question. Emily, all in favor?
Dead.
Opposed?
2,
Not voting.
1.
10-1, motion carried.
2602.
2698.
You got 98, 9,
Oh, that lease? Yeah. it's coming up.
74.
We still need to do O2 and O3 also, right?
I don't know.
O2 is a KLJ, purchase for the, elderly home, well.
I was thinking 158.
Say the number was?
2602.
Oh, it's on the back of this 323.
Oh.
See this thick packet?
Kind of a thicker one?
Yeah, it's on the back of there.
Oh, you had like a
They're all
double?
stapled together.
The one that we just did, the 2025 323, it's on the back of there.
Oh, it's not like that on mine.
In the packet, some put in packets, and some she didn't.
See, it's like that one.
Who's the land and natural?
Hey?
Motion to approve 2026-02 by Wayne, second by Totes. Go ahead, read it in.
Seventh, whereas the grant application was approved by BIA for the geothermal project to the tune of 1.9 million for 42,740. Whereas the amendment of 14,532 for the total contract amount to KLJ to be $221,032. Whereas the amendment was reviewed by RST Water Resource Program, Land and Natural Resources Committee, and recommends approval to council. Now therefore be it resolved, tribal council approve the committee recommendation and directs tribal president to sign all documentation with KLJ contract and Water Resources Program for implementation.
Discussion. Call for the question. Emily, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Real quick.
Cameron.
Real quick, can they stop stapling these together or whatever? Because I don't have 2602 and.
Madam Secretary.
I'll double check on it.
Who's the committee secretary?
While we're waiting.
Okay, we have 03 next.
Okay. You got that with her, everybody?
2603.
Wayne,
Mr. Fredericks.
you forgot 2674. You didn't read that one and they were together.
They're only together for you guys. Mine are all separate.
Some are separate, some aren't.
That's what Tammy had just, had concern.
Okay, 26-03.
Okay.
Motion to approve by Wayne, there's seconded by Totes. Go ahead and read it in, Wayne.
Okay.
HPO?
Yeah, THPO. 2, 4, 6. We can go with 8. 8, whereas, towards the bottom. Whereas the South Dakota Archaeologist Research Center, SARC, in Rapid City, South Dakota, is the only archaeological curation facility in the state of South Dakota that meets the federal standards and is already storing a large collection of RST archaeological artifacts that are associated with records collection prior to the establishment of RST THPO. Whereas SARC has agreed to enter into a curation agreement with the Rosebud Sioux tribe to temporarily store, protect, preserve the tribe's additional archaeological material and is secure, environmentally stable facility supervised by a full-time repository staff and with no storage or maintenance fees, until which time the Rosebud Sioux tribe requires their return. The collections from Rosebud Sioux tribe trust lands are all curated and the Rosebud Sioux tribal property will forever remain tribally owned and managed accordingly as defined in the curation agreement of the federal historic preservation laws. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted RST Ordinance 8201 creating the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Land and Natural Resources Committee to develop and coordinate all aspects of natural resources on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the duties of the RST Land Natural Resources Committee, Ordinance 8201, Sections 8A and K, include developing tribal policy relating to the natural resources, development protection on all lands and right-of-way with other related trail property rights to be developed. The RST Land and Natural Resources Committee approves the request for the RST Historic Preservation Office to recommend that the Tribal Council approve the curation agreement with the SD Archaeological Research Center and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the curation of archaeological collections for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council consents to the tribe's archaeological artifacts and associated records being temporarily stored and maintained by SARC until the tribe and officially and the staff have meet the federal standards of curation and the tribe decides to terminate the agreement and items are returned. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and is directed to sign on a approved curation agreement with the SARC temporary storage and Rosebud Sioux Tribe's archaeological material currently held by RST THPO 3RM office building. Contract is included.
Discussion, Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. The first one is this is really needed. I know it's not ideal. I know it's not probably a long-term goal, right? But I just wanted to make the case that it is really needed right now. But long-term for sustainability and just long-term management, I would really like to put the word out there that we need our entities to be able to collaborate and come together on how we can plan for our future. And then we would need our council and others to support how we would get that through funding and other efforts. And the reason why I say that is because we're kind of piecemealing a lot of this together, and this is our literal history, but it's also our connection to our past that we need so that we can bring it forward with us as we progress. And in an effort to do that, some of those liquors are in very poor conditions right now simply because they don't want to abandon all of these resources. And so they're dealing with mold and wet and just a lot of poor working conditions. But on top of that, there's kind of the university has this place. The church, we all know Bucol Museum has a place, and then we're trying to get one here. But ideally, all of us should be able to come together, pool our resources, and get a plan where we can have both protection and reconnection and all of that for a tribal side. And we could say who as a nation within our nation can even access all that and all that beautiful, amazing stuff. But there's also the chance to have part of that be external and decide what we want to share with the outside world, that we can kind of move forward with some of this tourism type stuff that we often talk about. It would also help make the connections of our educational sovereignty and all that type of stuff with our university. So I just want to say that although this is really needed and I hope we support it, I also hope the support comes long-term and that we can get enough people, like-minded about this to get a plan as soon as possible, because we all deserve better. Thank you.
Should make a motion just directing planning meetings to start for those programs.
Yes, I definitely was, but I just didn't want to do them. I just want to be respectful. We did lose our director for that department, and I don't know what's going on as far as the replacement and all that, and so I don't want to be push, but if they're listening or if anybody has anything, yes, that's definitely what I would like to do, but I don't want to be disrespectful or push things in an whatever way, but definitely if that's needed or if that support would be helpful, I'm happy to do that also. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Questions for Sherry? All in favor?
Four,
Opposed?
0, 2.
Motion carried.
You guys have 2026-23? Andy? Okay. This is the community cleanup money.
Glad you're watching, Matt. I didn't get a chance to text you.
Everybody else.
Motion by
Move to
Wayne,
23.
second by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is approving a three-way payment between TLE for $146,403.34. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe, $146,403.34, and $100,000 totaling from SWA, $392,806.68 for the 2026 spring cleanup. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves 2026 spring community cleanup and authorizes the treasurer to sign any and all documents pertaining to the action.
Here's the budget on that.
Madam Chair, no question. This back page here, when it says communities, I'm noticing there's a number 24. It's talking about an entity that's owned by Costello. Are we offering a free cleanup service for them? I want them off this list. Thank you.
That would reduce it by at 7,000.
And also, Mr. Chair, or Councilman, do you know if they're paid up with our solid waste department?
Marcelo?
Yeah.
I
Last I knew, they owed us $54,000.
He was talking about the end of the payment plan, but I don't know if they finalized it.
Okay, thank
He
you.
hasn't been to the last couple on and after. Has he? Okay, so strike number 24.
And then, you know, like some of these, when you look at your, like council reps, when you look at your communities here, see if the roll-offs are accurate, because I know for Bull Creek, they only brought 2 out last year, and it looks like there's 8 listed on this list. So, and I don't know if Mounts Camp, if they brought out as many as they said that for yours. 15 to Mounts Camp, 15 roll-offs, it says. They didn't bring 15. I know they only brought 2 to Bull Creek, so.
Double check.
Yeah. So I don't know, Councilor, so I might want to make sure that those numbers of roll-offs on this list are what they actually brought out last year. And that might reduce the price too. Okay. Any more discussion?
Question. For those ones that we took off on that last 24 number, like are tribal members still allowed to use some of the other ones within the community, or is that for everybody but that location? I'm just like wondering, like if somebody is willing to haul it to the Antelope community, can they do that?
I don't, yeah, it seems like every year, like the bigger communities always need a couple more extra too, so.
Okay, so I
They can.
Okay.
The fact of.
I totally get what you're saying there, Sure. I just wanted to make sure, like, because of that, there's still an
Yeah,
option.
well, I'm
maybe
sure
to-
Sean will.
If it's allowed, I didn't know if it was. Thank you.
You guys want Sean down here? Call for the question. Chris, all in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, since Game and Fish is here, I want to get to them, but I want to read this one off first, and it's the one that we just handed out. It's a land purchase.
Which one is it?
It has a brand new one that just got handed out.
Okay. You know, from the county?
Yep. Emergency legislation.
Second. Right then. Question. For Sherry, all in favor? Oh, 7.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Need a motion to approve 2026-103. Right, 107. Sorry.
7.
Second. Go ahead and read it in.
All right, 13th, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe intends to consolidate fee lands and existing tribal trust lands into usable parcels, and that the use of this land will be for other than non-gaming economic development purposes. This parcel of land will be used for agricultural purposes, and whereas the consolidation of fee lands described herein will supplement the existing tribal estate in the vicinity of each property, increasing the economic viability of the said land to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its members, utilizing the land for non-gaming economic development purposes. Whereas there are no encumbrances on this property, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe desires that this tract of land be put into trust status in the name of the United States of America and trust for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Whereas the TLE Board of Directors reviewed this recommendation to Tribal Council for approval of this resolution, the Board of Directors meeting held May 12th, signed BOD Resolution 2006-003 for the record, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the tribal president and the tribal vice president or the secretary of the tribe to sign the fee to trust documents on behalf of the tribe, and directs the superintendent of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to immediate action to take and accept the following described real estate, generally referred to as the Schmidt property, into the trust name of the Rosebud Sioux, or United States of America, and the trust for the Rosebud Sioux tribe, Rosebud Indian Reservation, under the discretionary legal authority of the Act of June 18th, 1934, the Indian Reorganization Act, amended 25 USC 5108, and applicable regulations and procedures. We got to do the physical
Yes,
description.
please, for the record.
Okay. Northeast Quarter, Section 29, T 39N, R 31W, 6 PM, Todd County, containing 160 acres more or less, N half Southeast Quarter, Section 29, T 39 North, R 31 West, 6 PM, Todd County, containing 80 acres more or less. North half Southeast Quarter, Section 29, T 39 North, R 31 West, 6 PM in Todd County, containing 40 acres more or less. Northeast Quarter, Section 31, T 39 North, R 31W, 6 PM, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. The subject property includes both surface and subsurface interests. Be it further resolved that the superintendent of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Rosebud Agency, shall keep the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors informed as a process of the fee to trust transactions.
Discussion. Call for the question. Bill, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. We'll move on to 2026-100.
98.
Well, what's 100?
2026-98.
We're on to 100 yet?
98.
93.
Yep.
Matt's here for all of them.
That's farming.
The next three will all be game and fish oriented.
Motion to approve 2026-98. Does everybody have it?
This one is for a hay and farming leasing.
Second, by Lila. Go ahead and read it in.
All right. This whereas RST Game and Fish Parks Department requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize and approve the attached farming and hay lease agreement. Article 1, to support wildlife habitat management objectives within the Iron Shelf Flats Wildlife Management Area for agricultural use for the leased premises to complement wildlife management goals, including habitat enhancement, winter feed availability, and improving hunting opportunities for tribal members while maintaining responsible agricultural production. Whereas the term of the lease is 1 year commencing on no date 26 and ending in blank 27, unless terminated earlier in accordance with the provisions of the agreement. Whereas the lease premises are agricultural lands within the Iron Shelf Flats area wildlife management, consisting of 489 acres of farm ground, 112 acres of hay ground, and a total leased acreage of approximately 601. Corrections. 601 in accordance with the map attached. So farm ground 487 times 27 an acre, 13,203. Hay ground 112 times $18 an acre, 2016. Total amount for lease 15,219. Whereas the leasee assumes all risk associated with the operations conducted on the leased premises and agrees to hold harmless the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, RST GFP from any liability arising from such operations. Leasing shall be responsible for any damages to tribal infrastructure or habitat improvement caused by such operation. Well, whereas the tribe and leasee may terminate the lease for non-payment of rent or leaseor, non-payment of rent, failure to comply with wildlife habitat requirements, violation of the management provisions, damages to tribal lands and improvements, and or violation of tribal law. Written notice shall be given to the leasee, and the leasee shall be afforded reasonable opportunity to remedy any violations where and when the appropriate. Whereas the terms of the lease shall be governed by the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves recommendations for the GFP department, approves the farming and hay agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Cooper One. Be it further resolved that the president and the authorized designee is delegated to authorize farm pasture lease on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Lease is included, last couple of pages.
Who's gonna sublease it? Discussion. Emily.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Matt. I had questions at committee and nobody knew the answers, so I'm hoping you'll have them. The first question is, what kind of lease is it? Is it TLE or BIA or solo?
From what I understand, TLE was given to game fishing parks for lifetime.
Okay, and so do those TLE regulations allow a sublease, and will that lease be issued through TLE or the BIA?
From what I understand, yes.
But
TLE.
And TLE will issue the sublease?
I was told we could do that ourselves. We could sublease it to whoever we wanted.
But who issues the lease? And the reason why I'm asking is because at yesterday's TLE meeting, we found out there's a lot of subleasing that goes on with like individual agreements that are not actually allowed through our policy. So I just want to make sure now that I know that we're following the policy. So I just want that you guys know the answers to that.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's done right too, but I was told that we could lease it to whoever we wanted because it was ours for life. And it would be under us to make that lease agreement.
Okay, so do you have it by resolution for a lifetime? And the reason I'm asking is I wrote that original resolution that established this wildlife management area, and it wasn't for a lifetime, so it must have been updated. But my question, I guess, would be, what specific wildlife management goals, like specific to the habitat enhancements, would this be addressing? Because when I asked the committee what would be planted and all of that, I think they said alfalfa. And so I'm wondering how alfalfa fits into a wildlife management habitat.
So it'd just be reseeding of alfalfa. Alfalfa was already planted out there years and years ago, and it's stunted out and not growing. So it'd be reseeding that portion, which was minimal, probably 40 acres there. And then the rest would be other crops to benefit all wildlife. Elk, deer primarily, but also birds.
So when you say crops and then wildlife habitat, those aren't necessarily the same thing. And so I'm curious how your crops are going to be meeting your goal of wildlife habitat. Because the original intent of that, and the only reason why crops were used initially, was to get the weeds at a level that you would be able to manage them and then bring back the native grasslands, which was the whole goal of that, is to rehab our native habitat, which is the grassland. And so corn and things like that are not native grassland or native habitat. And so I'm just curious how you're still meeting those original goals established in that plan if it looks like it's maybe more towards hunting, or maybe I guess I'm curious on the habitat and how alfalfa is habitat.
So I did have attached to there the walking area, the walking management area, golden in corn and crops are in there. But overall is what we're looking at as habitat. The food is just to kind of accessorize that and to provide food and stuff. But
So what are you doing for the habitat here?
the trees, the grasses around that area, the water, that we're also adding 2 additional water sources out there for our animals. So that whole general area is what we're looking at.
Okay, I was just asking because again, I have a little bit more knowledge of what the intentions of this were, and it doesn't seem like we're no longer meeting those, or like we're using wildlife habitat management for hunting goals, and those aren't the same thing. And so I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. And I also just want to make sure that it got a little bit tricky with this one specifically because I'm on land and natural, and I was getting questioned about this one kind of wanting to rush it. I was actually asked to push it forward resolution from a family member who sits on this council. So I just want to make sure that we're careful of how we move this forward. Because that put me in a weird position because I'm also extended into that family. Thank you.
I have Sherry and Totes.
Thank you. So, is Frank around?
He's out delivering fish right now.
Okay.
They're probably out of cell service.
Okay. I hate to put Emily on the spot. So this person that's mentioned in this, I guess I have a concern. Was this person ever found to have illegally paid tribal grounds without an agreement?
Not that I'm, not for our department, nothing that I'm aware of.
While you've been the director?
Correct. No, nothing.
That's why I was asking if Frank was around. If Frank could come answer that question for us, that would be good. I do remember an allegation regarding this person that they started hanging without an agreement out to Iron Shelf Lands. So that's concerning for me with this. I don't think that we should incentivize people who do that and lease that.
I know he's been the one that's putting up that hay for years and years and years, well before I took over. He's the only one that actually worked because of the location out there.
I get that. I just wanted to make sure that that issue was addressed and if there was any validity to it or not. Okay. And then the other thing is the council, to the council, I don't want to be hated or anything, but you know, when we're talking about our land and subleasing, it's really getting carried away. We have communities subleasing land and we have programs subleasing land now. This funding that's supposed to come in can come to our general account and we can then allocate it where the need is. We are in charge of that. We're spending all this time trying to figure out where money is going to come from for these big projects we have. And then we're utilizing one of our biggest resources and allowing other people to profit off of it when the tribe needs the money. So I just really want to say that I agree with what Emily said. Could I reclaim some time just because Matt was answering my questions? Okay. I agree with what Councilwoman Boyd said. I do think that we need to think about this. If she wrote this with intent while being the biologist for the tribe, then I think we should listen to what her recommendations are if she was the one who took the action behind this. But thank you for bringing that to light, Emily, or Councilwoman. Notes.
And I was the one that asked Emily, because I didn't know what was going on with Land and Natural, so I asked her about this. She said to ask Wayne, and I did, because when you're farming, it's crucial to get things in the ground. But do you do this with other people? Do you sublease to anybody else, any other entity?
Just for haying is all.
Okay, and it's just this one?
This is the only lease agreement for farming that we have.
Okay, you don't do any other agreements with Tribal Ranch or nobody else?
Just independent, like Tribal Ranch puts up our hay for us right around our building out here. St. Francis is a different person that puts that up.
Do we have agreements with those like this also?
There have been, yes.
Okay, and I think maybe we need to make a motion, or we need to have CLE let us know, give us a list of everybody that leases land over there, whether they own cows and how they sublease. Because if they don't own cattle, maybe we should be the ones that lease that land out to bring income in. Because there's a huge difference here. You know, you have generational ones who are in it for generation after generation. Then you have those that jump in and basically see the money that they can profit from it. And it's not fair to those that are generational that work year round to those that just lease it and sublease. It's not there, so maybe there needs to be some data done that we can actually see about the land that's leased over there too. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
I just have one more comment.
Sherry and Emily.
I just wanted to comment too. I think that's a really good idea and that's something we should do. Whenever subleases do come through, Councilman Frederick, do you guys review the subleases? All sublease agreements through TLE?
No.
Or TLE, so if
Or BIA.
okay, so Land and Natural doesn't do that, just TLE does. To utilize subleasing as an ability to sustain their operation. But I don't want it getting taken advantage of like it has been. And we're missing out on the money here. And we have so much need here. And I know that people always say, Sherry always cares about money. That's what's making this tribe work. So it's paying electricity bills. And most of you are probably worried, just like I am, with all the budget cuts that Trump has. And when we're talking about our resources and managing our resources, I feel like Land and Natural should be managing this. This should be something that goes through, even if it's just for the sake of collecting data to know how much money we're missing out on or how much money is being generated, because that there will help us be able to create different policies to regulate this. Thank you, Council.
Emily. Thank you. So this isn't my original question from the speak fast, but I just want to mention something that Sherry just said about the subleasing. And I do feel like that's at least where some of the conversation at TLE is going right now, as far as making sure that we're getting management plans that are appropriate. And when I say like that, it's like subleasing isn't always just subleasing. Like I know some of us look at it like somebody who just has 0 cows and they just come in here and, bring it in and they don't do anything, right? Versus somebody who has a business plan that says, I need to grow myself. And in order to grow myself, I need some investors. So like there's things that you could say about the range units. We say you have to have 25% ownership, right? So those are some things that we could start right now, is implementing those minimum requirements of what it is to even get started. Or the other side is that is saying your management plan has to show growth. It can't just be stagnant every single year. So if you want to start with investors, great. But by the end of your 10-year or whatever your management plan is, you should have some growth in there. So I really feel like that's how we should get. But unfortunately, that's not how it is right now. Okay, I used a lot of time on that. Chris, real fast. Sorry, that wasn't even my question. I just wanted to say the reason why I mentioned that earlier about the leasing of the flats is because of exactly what you were asking about. And I said that not to be nitpicky or not to throw weight around, is because in the past, and I'm assuming till to this day, if nothing's been changed, is the tribe and the land get abused and overused because of situations like this. When I was over there for over a decade, there was many situations where non or verbal agreements occurred and things like hay was involved. Well, if you're not in agreement to say how many bales of hay are out there, and if you're not the one counting, there's a big chance that you're going to get took, and we were. And so I just want to say that's why I'm making sure that these guys, I'm not saying they can't do business, but we just need to protect ourselves and the land also. Thank you. Chris.
Yeah, sorry for being in and out. I'm doing a lot of work for the 150th, so that's not the point. So one thing that we're talking about is will this help you guys make revenue? Like, will this look to?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will this help the game fishing park see revenue, or you have some kind of fallback on?
So the quotes that we've got in the past range from 80,000 to 120,000 to farm, just iron shell blast, for them to go out, clear the weeds, the planting, the tilling, all that stuff. I can't afford that. By doing this, at least I have $15,000 some dollars worth of revenue. I have some leftover crops after harvest that are going to be on the ground. I'm going to have alfalfa that's going to be growing during the winter months when they're needed. The animals need protein. And then I think there's also 10 alfalfa bales that are going to be left behind for the winter months. So it's a win-win for our department.
Yeah, okay, so then this money is gonna go back into you guys' revenue then, if you guys do get it approved from us. And so, one thing I wanna get, I guess I just wanna talk to my council, like, I understand that there's a lot of things that come up when it comes to leasing land, subleasing, however you wanna come, talk about it. There's a lot of Native Americans on this reservation that, are the person that are leasing. We don't know who they're subleasing to. That's the key issue, but yeah, we're talking about a program trying to make revenue. Our program is making revenue, make it so that they don't have to come here and ask for outrageous amounts of money. This is their answer to every question that's come up since the Trump administration came into place. How are we gonna save ourselves? How are we gonna keep our programs afloat if we don't get this kind of funding from the government? And so, if the director that was selected by this council had his opinion to do this, that's why the directors are in place, is for that expertise. I think that maybe we should consider it. I don't understand I don't understand the issue when we're talking about what they're trying to do to push the program forward. But if there's something else that you guys can enlighten me on that I'm not seeing, and just speak with real words because I'm not smart, that'd be great. Thank you.
Call for the question. Carried.
I want to make a motion to table this, until there's verification that the lease has been renewed, because I got a message saying that the lease hasn't been renewed since 2018. And,
Motion to table, is there a second? Right here. Second by Tammy, all in favor, or question? Need a question on the tabling motion?
if you could verify that and bring it back.
Question by Emily.
My motion to table.
All in favor?
Lila. Three, 4, 5.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3.
Not voting.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Defeated. Not voting.
1, 2.
Motion to table defeated. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some further discussion.
Sherry.
So what happens now that you guys approve this and then their lease hasn't been updated or renewed since 2018?
You'll have to go in and finalize that or not.
So we do this normally? We
Is it in
approve things prior to it being approved at TLE? Is that normal?
We make decisions off the boards all the time.
No, I'm saying the Land and Natural Committee approves a plan prior to TLE and brings it to council prior to it being approved or their lease being renewed?
Or they're just a recommending body.
Matt, what is this? Is this in the range unit? Or is this a separate lease?
It's a whole farm and pasture.
The whole thing?
It's 189 acres of farm ground, 112 acres of playground, for a total lease acreage of 601 acres. So it's the whole wildlife management area. And the reason why I asked those questions is because when it got approved, this body at the time said that department is not in the business of agriculture or operators. You are there for conservation, which is why we went through this route of conservation, which is why I wanted to make sure that we're still in alignment with conservation.
So how did you even get in management?
I'm sorry?
So if there was no lease, how did you get management of this?
There was a lease, it should have been a farm and pasture lease.
There was a resolution, there was a resolution to give it to the Game Fish and Parks Natural Resources.
That's why I said the resolution wasn't forever, it was for a lease, and then leases get renewed.
Like this a term?
I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
That's why I was wanting to table until he could go over and get the stuff.
I thought it was inside one of these range units that.
What was the vote count, Tim? I missed it.
Yeah.
5-6. It was 5 in favor, 6 opposed, and 2 not voting.
And isn't there more than that?
There's 13 of us. Well, 14.
No, it passes, because the two not voting goes to the yeses. Yeah,
Making a motion, I thought.
yep. I'll change my motion opposed to
I don't know
favor.
where we're so used to get mad.
But it doesn't add up. 5 plus 5 plus 2, isn't that 13? Isn't there more than 13 of us? Or is there only
Well,
13?
Charlie just walked in. Oh, Charlie.
We vote.
I was asking. I know, we didn't approve it, that was just a table motion?
Table.
Well, I'll move to table.
Can they find that information?
I'll second that.
Motion by Wayne to table. Seconded by Tammy.
I have a question.
Question by Emily.
Would there be enough time for them to go over and ask TLE while we're still in session and come back over if everything is good?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's table. Question. Call for the question. No more discussion on table and question. Question by Sherry. All in favor?
Family. Chris. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. Table. Okay, on to,
49.
I thought you wanted to go over the hunting.
That's coming up next. This is the other one for here.
Council, do you want to take a quick break and grab a plate? We'll do a working lunch. Okay. Let's do 15 and go grab a plate.
Madam Chair, after we're done with this too, can we make sure that we address the,
Mission 6?
mission, yep, but we really got to address that issue.
I'm waiting for, Eric. He hasn't, he submitted some suggestions, but he hasn't had a chance to review it on the gaming portion side, so.
2026. Whereas RST Department of Game and Fish requests to make TAO Interactive Inc. our sole source vendor for online licensing and service. Services are broken up into 6 separate components, and each will be billed separately with a total annual bill of $18,120 for 2026. Licensing module, vendor module, online purchase, harvest report module, credit card module, lottery module, auction module. In addition to these services listed, TAO Interactive Inc. stores our archived data dating back to 2008. Whereas RST Department of Game and Fish recommends the Land and Natural Resources Committee to approve the sole source vendor request 2026 and for future years, with the understanding that there may be annual increases to original bill amount. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby adopts and approves TAO Interactive as a sole source vendor for 2026 and future years, and allows the RST GFP to pay 2026 bill in the amount of $18,120. Recommendation listed above, that no changes may be made without the approval of the Director of Game Fish and Parks and the Land and Natural Resources Committee and the Tribal Council.
Question.
Agreement is to tap.
Call for the question. Emily. I have a question, Madam. Oh, I just wanted to make sure that, is the price similar to previous ones? I know in the contracts it says it could possibly go up, so I'm just wondering how much it was last year.
So it's the same as past years, from what I understand. And just to clarify, it's not a new business. This is really Benny saying it's just a name change of billing.
Thank you. I was going to say that also. Thank you. Yes. And so this is the same one that they've been using since they started the online vendor. So I think it is important that we stay so they could keep that archive data there. I was just curious on the part where it says for future years, would they have to come back and renew this because the amount will change every year? Or do they have to renegotiate at any time? Or what does their procurement say for the time limit, I guess, for future years?
Okay. There's, you know, put a time limit in there, it's open every year. That's what we price every year. Prices, that's just fun.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Charles, all in favor?
Actually, no. Let me know. I wasn't here for the discussions.
13. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. But there was 15 of us here. 14. Did Elder leave?
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, I don't know if he left or not. 1301. Is this stuff still here? Is this stuff still here?
Yeah, his stuff's still there.
1302.
All right. If that didn't get you excited, let's move on to 2026 100.
What is 101?
101 or 100? 100.
Motion to approve by Wade.
Yep.
Second by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Whereas the RST Department of Game and Fish recommends to the Land and Natural Committee to approve the 2026 hunting season's number of tags issued, fees for tribal members, ATMs, and non-members. Please see attached schedule. Therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby adopts and approves 2026 hunting season's number of tags issued, fees to tribal members, ATMs, and non-members, and all the recommendations listed above, and that no changes may be made without the approval of the Director of Game Fish and Parks, Land and Natural Resources Committee Chair, and the Tribal Council. And the schedule is in black and white on the back. There are changes from previous years. Have the director here to answer any questions.
Sherry.
I just wanted to readdress the question that I posed earlier regarding the hunting season. I was made aware that we're shortening the season.
Yep, they posed that.
What's the changes?
Yep, so it's just taking a week off of the top of the rifle deer season, what it is. I've received calls on it, and I know there's a lot of concern about it, having a shortened season. What we're trying to do and would like to do is manage more for trophy animals, and that's what we get when we talk to hunters, guides. You know, they want to see trophy animals when they're out there in the field. One way that helps is that's the beginning of the rut. First through the 14th, the season would start on the 14th. That's time for them animals not to get distracted, chased, or harassed, I guess we could say, out in the field. So that's kind of a free time for them to relax and do their business out there. Another thing, it's proven that, you know, animals will go nocturnal during hunting seasons. If they're constantly chased for, you know, longer periods and stuff, they become nocturnal during the day. So, the other seasons, you know, there's still archery season, there's still doe season, there's still muzzleloader season. There's a lot of hunting. We're not taking away from any of that. All we're doing is reducing the amount of time during the rifle season. You know, we got a voice for the four-legged. You know, we got to be their voice and not stress them out. So, some states, if you look at the top 3 states in the United States for trophy management, some of them do 3 days rifle season, they shut it down, and then they'll open up 3 more days, and that's it. We get 6 days of rifle season. We're still giving our tribal members 24 days to hunt. We're still giving the guides and the non-members, 16 days to come in and hunt. We've been doing our surveys the last 2 years. The year before we did 2, but we didn't have adequate information to get a report on. But our buck to doe ratio is for this past late October, beginning of November was 1 to 7. So that means there's 1 buck out there for every 7 does. That's a lot of work a buck has to do.
He has to keep.
He's answering a question, Ben. Let him finish.
So we need to get our doe numbers does harvested is what I'm saying. We need to get our doe buck to doe ratio down to 1 to 4, probably somewhere in there. We need to, and once seasons are approved, we're gonna advocate these hunters and guys to really get out there and harvest their does. I understand everybody's a trophy hunter. I'm guilty of that as well, but we need to start reducing the number of does. So I guess that's the argument for shortening it.
So Matt, without a biologist, how are you able to bring any of this actual data forward?
We're still able to do it even without a biologist. I got help. I mean, I sent out more rules biologists. They help.
Did they do a report?
I did a report. I'm a biologist who also works with us on our elk collaboration that we got going, and we just did collaring and capturing elk. So I lean on other people to do that. Yes, we are in dire need of a biologist, but we've actually come to this body before to ask for increased funding for that position as well. So, and we haven't got that.
$20 an hour for a biologist, which is budgeted in the memo.
No, I agree with that. I guess addressing some budget shortfalls later is something that we really need to do when it comes to game fish and parks, especially with the revenue that gets brought in. It's one of our highest grossing revenue departments that we have, so it's concerning that there's a shortfall in funds there. I don't agree with shortening the seasons. Thank you, council.
Votes. Emily and Wayne.
With this being one of our largest revenues, what do with our guides, besides having a business license, do they give any kickback to the tribe as far as, or do they just make?
They pay taxes.
How much taxes do they pay with what they bring in?
4.5%.
4.5? Of their gross?
Yeah.
Emily.
I'll try to keep it short. I just stand up here and say a lot, but I will. My main concerns with this is that a statement was made earlier about managing for trophy hunting. And if we were an only hunting department, that would make sense, right? But we're actually a Department of Natural Resources. And there used to be the Office of Game Fish and Parks, or the Department of Game Fish and Parks, within the whole Natural Resources Department. So because of that, that was a management tool. Hunting is a management tool, right? It's not trophy hunting. We are not only game fish and parks. The money that we get in our conservation plans, our whole plan, called the Department of Natural Resources, not game fish and parks. So I just want to start there. What's problematic about that is if we are only managing for trophy, you are missing out on a big, big, big portion of your scope of work for conservation. Aside from that, if you've identified a goal as you wanting to get your herd population back into control as far as buck to bill ratio or even population density or management versus trophy, those all have to have data trends involved, and then you have to manage accordingly. So you cannot say we want to manage over here, but your only goal is for trophy hunting. Those are not ever going to align like that. So if we really were wanting trophy and proper herd management, you would increase doe tags. You would increase the amount that you're taking out of the herd. There's other things that are directly conflicting with what they're proposing for that. Again, I could stand up here for a long time, but I'm going to say, as the former biologist for over a decade, this is not right. Thank you.
Wayne.
So my question has to be with what Gary was kind of touching on. I had 7 calls from basically the guides. They were talking about, so usually it opened around November 1, usually what it kind of was. But Ben was at, the Ranger 1 was at Land and Natural, and he said, he was talking about that was kind of a conservation deal. If I remember right, he said that the season is hot and the rut season is later from what it used to be. So they moved the season later than what it usually is. So then that was another reason for it. But the guide said by knocking down the non-member hunting to only 8 days, first of all, then you're knocking the tribal members basically out of down to like 16, because then majoritively the guides are not being able to, they're only being able to roughly guide for 2 weeks, and then the other week or so they've got to spend with their non-members. And then non-members being only able to hunt from 21st to the 29th puts a really tight window for 200 hunters to hunt in 8 days, and then at the same time right at the window of Thanksgiving. So like hunters would almost have to make a choice. Are they going to come and hunt here or have Thanksgiving with their family? And that was the biggest, I feel that was in a nutshell what I kept getting called on.
So the pass used to be from the 14th to the end of the month. The same as the tribal member? For the non-members and the tribal members are the same? I have Ben and Emily.
Thank you. Matt, are you guys able to, and I know you have a biologist, so is there, are you able to have like a data center, but not data center, but I mean, you guys can compile from years past of why this change would need to be made And at the same time too, I guess, reflect some reports about why this is, you know, what it has to do with natural resources, I suppose you could say, especially like if you're saying you wanted to hunt the trophy, bucks and things to that effect. Have we got to that in the past, or like, you know, like if there's a report there, you know, from your rangers, or, I mean, because you don't
No, we
have
have the past 2 years for surveys. I don't have access to anything that was done before. Those records aren't on file. I don't know where they are. They weren't turned over to me. They're not available on a computer or disk or anything. So that information, I can't, you know, give the information to. I can tell you after the big winter storm that we had, 2023, that following year, we believe a lot of the does aborted. So we weren't seeing recruitment like we were, that we see now. From last year, from 2024 to 2025, the buck to doe ratio changed 5-1. Went from 1 to 6 to 1 to 7.
Yeah, that's kind of information I'm looking for as far as like putting it down on paper, so that way we have an idea, so that way you know where it was, where it's at, and where it's going. You know, so that way we have an idea of why.
And that's stuff that I need to give to Land and Natural, but I mean, we've been heard to have meetings there. So that's kind of been a big deal too. And give them form, so.
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying that is because I know we cater not only to the non-members, but also members, our own tribal members here, so that they can actually go out and hunt too, as far as like, you know, helping out and keeping their skills home. That's what you say. But those are just my thoughts about, you know, maybe getting some information about, you know, again, past, what's happened before, what's happening now, what's going to happen down the road here. So we have an understanding of why you're changing these dates and stuff like that, just so we can be clear about what, you know, and not just something that you decided to just change. So you got some backing behind it, and it's easy to give a report, verbal report, but we like to see it on paper, so that way we know from like what happened before and what's going on now. So those are just my thoughts about maybe looking into some of these why we're changing the dates and stuff.
And I do provide monthly reports to Land and Natural and that information.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you.
Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment after something that Wayne said, about the concentration of hunting, like that's real, right? And so if we're gonna have the same amount of hunters in a smaller amount of time, you're actually increasing the stress on the animals, you're not helping it. And so one example is elk season. Elk aren't like deer, so if you overpressure and you overhunt elk, they're gonna run and they're not gonna stop. A deer will run till shelter and then they'll wait you out and they'll come back. An elk will run until they hit Cherry County and then stay there, which is exactly what happened whenever we had too large of a management full elk season. Beside the point I was trying to make is concentration of hunters is important. And so again, if you're wanting to have less stress on a herd of animals, you would want to spread that out. So what the state does is they have short seasons, but they have multiple short seasons. So you're able to spread the same amount of hunters out at a bigger amount of time. And so again, those are going to have to be timing versus rut versus, you know, when they're having their babies, all of those types of things. But I just wanted to say that there are management tools to address that. And I'm not necessarily sure this is the correct one.
Stan.
I was looking at your hunting deal, project tags and so forth. I see one thing that was listed as the requirements. I'm speaking on behalf of ranchers who've had trouble with coyotes. And I see you charge $100 on a tag to shoot coyotes. And these coyotes during the calving season, these ranchers are losing calves because there's coyotes go out there. They actually, you know, the calf was born. People coyotes are going to kill that calf. They lose money. I don't think there's any type of program out there to control the number of coyotes. The state had a bounty on it, going, but I guess they used up all their money. $30 a tail, I guess. I thought I'm speaking on behalf of the ranchers. The cattle guys about doing it.
And the leases they're allowed to control those animal numbers too. I know a lot of them do have tribal members or hunters come in, but they're also able to, if they lease land, to, you know, control predator population if they're having problems with them, or dogs even.
Okay, thanks.
Charles.
Yes, my input too is on the 8-day non-member rifle season with Thanksgiving being a big part of that. A lot of the people that come here travel, sometimes takes a day, takes 2 days to get here. It's shorter window to be here. And, seems like a lot of times the guides don't ever have a voice in anything that, any of these decisions that go on here. And a lot of them, this is their livelihood. It's the way to make money. I don't know if a lot of the council knows this, but South Dakota brings in almost $1 billion in revenue every year in hunting. It's the hunting industry. And for this, if you look at the prices, a lot of these are pretty high. People pay to come here. People pay our tribal members to take them out hunting. And if we go ahead with this rifle season for non-members, and that I think that's probably going to hurt them or hurt the guys, our members, or income wise. Then the other thing too is the predator season being closed during muzzleloader. I know in the past it was a bigger issue, but that's only 8 days this year, so I don't know, basically a week. I don't know if that matters, but I think we should have predator hunting open all year like it has been. That's all I did.
So Wayne, you want to make an amendment to change it, the non-members season from November 14th to 29th?
I should do the tribal
In front of them? No?
I just wanted to point it out, but, so Thanksgiving's the 26th. So then, I don't know what kind of tribal members would come for the last 3 days after Thanksgiving. I'd like to see it before and end on Thanksgiving for them. But it's up to the council. I'm not.
Emily and Sherry.
I'm just wondering, I know previously a lot of this original conversation started because we used to have 2 muzzleloader seasons, like early and late. And then because of that big chunk of hunting, we only went to early and then at late and then early and then late. So it looks like on this schedule, muzzleloader is late in the year, not early. And so would that allow us to move that back up, like what you're suggesting, to have that more regular date if that is still the intention? You know what I mean? Rather than, because if you're moving it later, you're actually making it closer to muzzleloader season. Whereas if you moved it back, then you would allow more time between the 2 seasons. Anyway, just a suggestion.
Sorry.
Sherry.
What would the normal dates be prior to this change?
The first weekend of November.
Of November to?
That weekend after Thanksgiving. That's for a non-member, but that's been a lot of years, I think. And then a non-member would be that week later.
The first week of November, that would be November 7th.
I'm sorry, she asked me a question. I'm sorry, Ben.
November 7th to the 29th. To November 29th. That's for tribal members?
No, Cher had asked what the previous dates were before. Yeah.
Tribal members, and then what was the non-member back then?
That next weekend.
Would be the 14th through the 29th.
I would recommend that we amend the resolution.
Amend the hunting schedule?
Yeah, to do the normal hunting schedule.
To reflect that the tribal members' hunting dates will be November 7th to November 29th. And the non-members' dates will be November 14th to November 29th.
26.
26th?
And Thanksgiving? Or to 29.
Usually it's
Okay, after Thanksgiving.
Hold on, Sherry. Hold on. So, is that the date, Sherry?
Yes.
Whatever the normal dates were. So the non-members will be November 14th through the 29th.
29.
And tribal members will be November 7th.
7th is the 29th.
Okay, Cowboy.
I was just gonna make sure it goes through the Thanksgiving weekend, because I get a lot of calls about, because people come from, kids come home and stuff, and they hunt through the week, through that Thanksgiving weekend, so.
Okay, they'll both be at the October 29th.
Those are your dates, 7th for the travel members, the 14th for the non-members, both ending on the 29th?
Yes.
I'll second.
As amended, because we're still in discussion
About the resolution.
on the resolution.
So you're
Oh, yeah.
approving it with, as amended schedule,
As amended,
with the
yeah.
amended schedule.
Any further discussion? Laila.
Thank you, council. I was just kind of concerned, I'm not a hunter, but I have, a lot of people I know do hunting, there's guides, you know, all this good stuff. But I was really concerned about a comment that, our director made about the animals, they're nocturnal, or you mentioned something about that. They're,
They go nocturnal when they overhunt. Is that what you're saying, Matt?
They're-
They go nocturnal when you overhunt?
Yes, the hunting pressure will make them nocturnal, so they'll hide all day long and then they'll just come out at night.
And how does that affect this hunting?
Just hunters observing animals during the day when they're out hunting.
I guess for myself, I think climate change, it's affecting a lot. And, I know that the animals they're different, they're, you know, changing the weather, you know, but we really need a biologist. And, you said there was one advertiser, you need the money. Did you say you needed the money? Okay. So will you be coming to budget and finance maybe, and we can discuss?
I've gone to budget and finance.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I feel, council, it's really, really important to get a position like that for this department. That's like, you know, gonna connect us, and we won't have to, you know, be looking at this. I know there's a lot of hunters that come, they enjoy coming here. We wanna accommodate and, you know, get revenue, but I'm also real worried about the climate change we have here. The weather got real warm early, just, you know, a lot of, so I think, you know, just watching, you know, you can even see even the birds, you know, they're a lot different. Things are changing here, so I'd like to see us, you know, eventually get that biologist there somehow. And, you know, we really need their input on this stuff, this information. So that's just my input on everything. Thank you.
Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
2,
Not voting?
1.
2.
Oh, two. That one that does mean not two.
So we picked up Mike and we lost Ben. We picked up Mike and
So
we
there was
lost
12 in favor, 2 opposed?
One opposed and two not voting.
1 opposed and 2 not voting.
Yeah.
1 opposed?
One opposed and two not voting.
Okay, motion carried.
All right.
101?
So are we gonna bring that back now that we have that motion? Our resolution.
Table, you have to bring the resolution back on the floor.
We went and got it, right? This is what you're looking at?
It's tabled. You have to bring the resolution back on the floor. There's no discussion on the table.
Go to 74. 2026, 74.
Yeah, raise your hand if you want to talk.
74.
So we're not doing 100?
What? Which one?
The one we're
That's
talking
the
about?
hunting.
Oh, I thought you had to bring it back to 98.
That was
98.
Yeah.
Which one are you bringing back? The one that was tabled?
That's 74 and 101 left on mine.
Yeah, 101.
That's what I was trying to bring back, the 81 that was tabled, and then this is.
That's 98. I don't have this before. Somebody tell me what I'm looking at.
98 was.
They told me it was tabled, so they said they gotta wait, and I said, well, I thought that's what they
You
brought
gotta
this
bring it back
back.
on the floor.
Yeah, you can bring
You
it
can't
back
have discussion on it.
But is this enough to bring it back on the floor?
Motion to bring it back on.
Okay, I'll move to bring it back on the floor.
Motion by Wayne to bring on 2026-98. 24. Bring the table motion. Oh, no.
2026-98. Me, it doesn't look like it has an end
There a
date.
second?
Nah.
Need a second.
We got clarification, there is a lease.
I'm sorry.
Discussion.
So I did try to make contact with TLE on that lease, and the last thing they seen was from 2018. They're still looking for the resolution on that. It might be something that we need to take back to Land and Natural and work out a new lease agreement on that, because they don't have anything on file. And that's through the Secretary's office as well.
So we can't sublease if there's no existing lease, right?
Yep.
Well, it stays stable.
You want to withdraw your motion?
Withdraw the motion.
Okay, so now we're back to 100?
74.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
2026, 74.
Wait, is that the TLE one? I don't have that one.
That is a MOU with TLE. You have
Everybody
it,
have 74?
Did you find it?
Where? Where? You have it? Okay.
And did you find it?
Yeah, 74?
2026, 74.
Okay. Motion by Wayne to approve 2026-74. Second. I told you. Gotta read it in Wayne.
Six, whereas the RST treasurer requests that the Roseau Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee to recommend that the Roseau Sioux Tribal Council authorize and approve the memorandum of understanding between the Roseau Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne, well, the Cheyenne and the Tribal Land Enterprise for an agreement for caretaker, maintenance, and services. Whereas the MOU requires the Roseau Sioux Tribe to provide compensation for the caretaker maintenance services at a rate to be established for a full-time employee to be located on the property, and shall provide a written report to the tribe and TLE for hours worked, maintenance projects, and maintenance completion, visitor logs, and so on. The MOU does not constitute or create a lease agreement, and if the caretaker is terminated, he or she has 30 days to vacate the premises. Whereas the Roseau Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Committee recommends that the Roseau Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve the MOU between the tribes and TLE Enterprises, Inc. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Roseau Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves recommendations of the Tribal Land and Natural Resources Committee and approves the MOU between the Cheyenne and the Roseau Sioux Tribe. I think that's a typo. Between.
Between the Cheyenne.
Cheyenne.
So I said Cheyenne and the Roseau Sioux Tribe.
What's the amendment?
Take out one of the betweens and put Cheyenne.
Therefore, now, between.
Under the first now, there be it resolved.
The
The very bottom sentence.
As amended, any discussion?
I got a question. So this was done in August 26, 2025. Oh, there's somebody there?
We have a person that's named that out, that Officer Patel.
Any more discussion? Folks and Sherry. Folks.
He's been up there since 25, right?
The camping is closed and stuff like that. And then I guess he watches Page Law, right? And Bellevue?
Cross-fertilizer in the county.
Yeah.
Anyone else that that's law watching it?
Dean?
Um,
But Patel is the cross-deputized law enforcement officer to Washington.
do they give reports to you guys? Monthly reports?
Probably to the director.
You guys ever get to see them?
You guys get on the Page Law board? Wait.
Yeah, he comes from our meetings.
Does he? Does he give us a written report back here though? You know, if we're paying him, for all we know, he's probably just sitting up there. We have a lot of positions that this tribe holds that no one really supervises. No one does. And these positions work for the tribe. We work for the people. So we don't, and that's where that CEO position comes into play with all of this. You know, with all these positions, because we really need to make people be accountable when it comes to everything that we do. But no, I was just asking. But I think they really do we need to see the reports, or TLE, someone needs to see those monthly reports also.
Yeah. So I communicate with him all the time. Also, he does with Wayne. So does he almost every day through the drilling and stuff that was going up in the hills. He worked every weekend. He was up there with people all day long. So very communicative with me on what he's doing and all that stuff. So
just as long as you're hearing from them, because a lot of people are out of sight, out of mind. We get a lot of verbal reports, but we see nothing in writing. You know, we need the documentation to support it. But no, I went up to Pesh too, and I ran into Dean while he was up there also. So, yeah.
it's definitely unique circumstances having employees that far away. It kind of complicates things, but I'm very lucky to have Mark up there working.
Okay. Especially being a law enforcement. Thank you.
The main reason why Mark is up there is the council remembers when that land was put into trust, we had to enter into memorandum agreements with the counties and the states up there. And everybody agreed, even the interior, that the Schwab property up there is under the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And anything that happens up there is brought to our court. That's why we have to provide our part of the law enforcement up there to ensure that all laws are here to. That's why he does it.
I have Sherry and then Lila.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Mr. Treasurer. That's what my next question was kind of pertaining around. Where are we with those agreements? Are they still up to date? I can't remember when we last approved them. Are they still up to date? Those MOUs that we made?
With the
Yeah.
that's up to date.
They're all still up to date? Okay. And then, the other question I have, for director, is, these positions are not paid out of the 638 contract, are they?
No.
Okay. Are they written into the contract? Have they been amended into the contract?
They're under, there's 6 different contracts under personnel. And that's where they're paid out of. I think maybe even Mark is under the Fairview funding.
Okay, so they have their own funding line items?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever, this was the point was the area director used to give us like a 3 or 4 year period. Compiled. Also also use that for some more fencing.
Any more discussion? Oh, wait. Thank you. I was just looking at this too. First thing, it's MOU versus the MOA. Those are two different things, and this probably needs to be fixed. Because on the back, the agreements, and up here, it says MOU. So, but,
The resolution says MOU, the agreement.
yeah, the agreement says MOA. Both agreements.
Do we amend the resolution or the?
Probably the resolution, because it involves money in terms of
MOA, so we'll change that.
Yeah, just to make sure it's okay with, with everything on it. One of the things I wanted to say is that, I really am for supporting our tribal members that are doing a good job up there and taking care of their butte, taking care of Peschlaw. There's things happening up there, but it makes me feel good that knowing that our own people are up there taking care of it. I know that Mr. Cattell was a former police officer, has the training and everything, and that's really good. I don't want people out there, our people, to be discouraged about applying for jobs with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I don't want people to be discouraged thinking, hey, we're going to get rid of you. There's this fear amongst our people that they can't work for us. They're scared to, and I don't want that. And these positions that we did, I remember when I first came in, this had to be done, Wayne, and Mr. Cattell is still there, right? And then we're still going to just renew this MOA.
Yeah.
Is that what we're?
What this MOA area is with TLE's, because he lives in that house up there.
Okay, so that's, yeah.
And as part of him living in that house, he also agrees to patrol part of the TLE's property up here to keep it safe and stuff.
Okay, all right.
But that's basically what this agreement's for.
Okay, yeah, so thank you so much. I think it's really important, and we're doing good things as well. Thank you.
Call for the question.
Question with those amendments.
So we'll change the MOU to MOA, and then at the bottom we'll include Cheyenne.
And on the agreement, the second page too.
It's on the second page.
Yeah. The second page has the MOU language rather than the MOU.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
You want to withdraw your question? Sure. Emily.
Sorry about that, but it just came up because I thought the resolution was accepting this MOU, which is why I thought the language should match. But with what the treasurer said, it looks like this MOU is complementary to the existing MOA. And if there aren't any contractual things or monetary things, then maybe MOU is appropriate, because that's what it's saying on this first one. Whereas I thought this resolution was accepting, or you know what I mean, the MOA. But with what you described, this MOA is already in place, and this MOU is going to come from that in establishing the relationship between TLE and this officer that's doing that for them, right?
Correct.
So that, I don't know if we need to change the MOU or MOA.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
You want to, Sherry, you want to reconsider your change? Which MOA?
The MOA is fine.
Okay, so we don't have to amend it to that?
No, yeah, it's fine.
Okay. For the record. Okay, question by Sherry. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Marion, are you voting? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Opposed? Not voting, 1. Motion carried.
One more, resolution 2026-101.
Motion by Wayne, second. Secretary Chris.
I'm just gonna off that one.
Would read it in.
All right, 2, 4, 6, 7. Seventh, whereas RST Land and Natural Committee has recommended that Microcom Olathe, Kansas for emergency replacement of the 98-8 production well control panel and upgrade our aged existing well control panels for an amount not to exceed $48,000 each. Microcom provides that all the SCADA equipment and programming needed for the rural water system through the sole source, and therefore be it resolved that the RST Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of RST Land and Natural Committee to designate Microcom Olathe, Kansas as a vendor for emergency replacement of the 98-8 production well control panels for the amount to not to exceed $48,000. Be it also resolved, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his or her amended authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary documents for payment of emergency replacement of 98-8 production well panels provided by Microcom Olathe, Kansas in an amount not to exceed $48,000. Thank you.
Discussion. Lila. Any discussion? Call for the question. Lila. All in favor? Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1. Motion carried.
That includes Land and Natural, Madam Chair.
Chair. While we're on.
We have a resolution that's really imperative that needs to be amended right now. Oh,
I was gonna say, while we're on Center Natural, there's 2 resolutions we need to amend. One has to do with the Dewey comments that are due tomorrow. The last council meeting, council passed a resolution that needs to be amended because they put the wrong agency in there. So the last page 3, new resolution, it got the Forest Service. It will be yeah.
Sherry, do you have a vote count for the hunting?
She's up here.
The hunting season one? I need to get this one.
And then also attached for your review is a draft letter that's gonna.
and we have to submit it by noon tomorrow, so we want to get it amended today.
Yeah. So what does need to be amended?
If you look on the second resolution, which is the one that he amended, it's the last page.
On the last be it.
The final
Also
bit
resolved.
resolved, it should, the Forest Service of Black Hills should be stricken, and the Department of Interior Bureau of Management should replace it.
Okay. Do you have to move to bring this on?
Did you just,
2690?
yeah.
Motion to reconsider and amend by Wayne. Seconded by Harry. Question. By Mike. All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2. And then the last resolution that has to do with that Game Fish and Parks building. And we just need to reconsider and amend the resolution. The resolution 2023-2007.
This one that we just amended?
Well, this is the one that was in the email, right?
Yeah, it should be in the email, yeah. And all we're doing is on the last page, we're adding a bit further resolved. And we're authorizing the final payment for additional work, $43,100. Yeah, but then the building, all we need is occupancy, letter, and then Grace to move in. But he needs that letter because he's trying to enroll it into the well 5L.
That's my name. Do you have to go home?
Cross your fingers.
Oh, 2327.
Motion to reconsider and amend by Wayne. Is there a second by Topes?
And like I said, Council, the last
Question,
page,
Chris.
the last page, we're adding a bid for the resolve, and it's gonna say that in accordance with the motion of the RC Tribal Council on April 15th, 2026, final payment in the amount of $43,106.25 is authorized and approved to CNC Custom Concrete Construction LLC for additional necessary work for RC Efficient Parks for the period. For the contract payment amount of $283, cross all that out. It would just be period after Game Efficient Parks building.
As amended, okay. Question by Chris. All in favor? Oh.
40.
Opposed?
0. Not voting, not voting.
Thank you, Council.
14 to. Food, land, and natural?
Thank you, that concludes on this guy.
Chris?
Would it be possible to, are we still gonna deal with them? Or? Yeah, can we, is it possible to deal with that now? Divert from the agenda so that they're not sitting here?
Yeah, we're finally done with the resolution too.
Yeah. And so, and these guys, we told them to come back to this meeting as well. So that's all I can, yeah, she's busy. The rest of my colleagues, if it's okay with you, I think, see, that's the thing too, because you did schedule Shante for 1 and it's already paid. So is that an hour behind for her?
Hi, Shante.
So, what are we gonna do?
We can go with Shante.
So, we should tell, what are you guys, gonna wait? Are you guys okay? Do you have them back tomorrow?
I'm sorry for not asking earlier, but I forgot I had to pick up my kids today. There's a family event, and so I only has to leave for pickup.
Eric has to go pick up his kids and he'll be back. He has some recommendations for their MOU, so, and a resolution, so we'll go with Shante.
So,
They'll be right on after her.
okay.
Hi, Shante. You're on.
Ampetu washte mitakipi, chante washte na pechi zapi, chante ha imachiapi, si changu yate etaha miniluza ha otu wahe awati wiaka na pi tioshpae imataha. Nila Wopila Tanka Preliminary Council for listening to us. I also brought my colleague Murray Lee with me. He is our capital campaign manager for Gesapa Otipi. And so it's an honor to give me some time and space to talk about our project in Rapid City called Gesapa Otipi. It's going to be our new Rapid City Indian Center, and wanted to greet all of you from the north side, Rapid City of Miniluzaha Otuahe, and it's an honor to greet my fellow tribal members and tribal council, so thank you very much. Wopila Tonka. My mother is Caroline Hart from Rosebud Sioux tribe, and also my unchi is Phoebe Standing Buffalo from Milks Camp, so it's good to be here with all of you. I'll share my screen. I have a quick presentation to share with all of you on some updates on what we're doing here in Rapid City. We are creating an indigenous hosted community center called Gesapa Otipi. And this has been an effort that's been happening for over 70 years. And so we just want to acknowledge the unchis and all of the elders and those who created this pathway for us to create an indigenous hosted community center in Rapid City. And these are a few of our board members who have passed on. And so we always want to acknowledge that we are continuing the work of our grandmothers and grandfathers. This isn't our own effort. This is a continuation and a legacy project for them. And so just a snapshot of how many people live in Rapid City. There's about 23,000 indigenous people that utilize Oyate Health Center. So there's more than that live here in Rapid City. And over 69 nations are represented in the Rapid City area school district. So it's not just us, Lakotas. There's over 60 nations. And 23% are of indigenous in Rapid City. We got that from the USD report. And so there's probably more now because this was in 2015. And we've been doing ongoing surveys with our community, and 75% of our Indigenous community ranked an Indigenous hosted community center as the priority. And because we are here at the forefront in the foothills of our Black Hills, we're often put at the forefront and on the front lines to protect our identities and our land. And so we're still feeling the victory of our protection of Peshwa. And so we feel really good that we're here protecting our people, and we're really grateful for all the support that everyone gives us here in Rapid City. I know that there's about 3,000 Rosebud Sioux tribal members that live here in Rapid City, and probably more than that. This is who we are. We are the Chesapo OTP team, and we consist of our community. We prioritize elders, youth, and families. We've presented to our treaty councils, our community, our city of Rapid City, our board of directors, and of course our Miniluzaha Otuahe Oyate. And we always, think of our community as our co-designers when we're creating this project and building this building. This is our organizational structure. We have Mary Lee as our campaign manager. We have a board of directors. We have a legal counsel, Dragonfly Law Firm. We work with all Indigenous orgs, Sage Creek Accounting, and then our Indigenous architect, Sam Obexon. He's from Leech Lake. He created the Minneapolis Indian Center, who we're really modeling, and our center is going to look better, of course, but. These are some key milestones that we've done so far. We've done community outreach, a lot of programming. We know we don't have all the answers and all of the programming that we need for our community, but we want to become a hub of resources where we can help our people fill out job applications, find jobs, just be a place where our people can come, our houseless relatives can find housing, can find other resources that we know other Indigenous orgs are providing here in Rapid City, and we do work with them on a monthly basis to see what everyone's doing here in Rapid City. We did get land donated to us by Indian Collective. We got 6 acres donated to us. And so we're really grateful for them for investing in us. They could have created their own community center, but they invested in the local community and the local leaders, those who are creating these efforts. So we're grateful to them. We've also selected an architect, like I said, Sam Obexon, who created Minneapolis Indian Center. And right now we've created the design, and we're kicking off our capital campaign, which is going to consist of a lot of fundraisers here in Rapid City, because we need to raise about $30 million to create this building. We did get $9 million donated to us through the Vision funds, but it's a reimbursement, and so we have to raise the funds in order to access them, and it's for construction only. These are some of the organizations that we work closely with. Remembering the Children, Amy Sazu, which our projects align together. Her project honors the past, and our project honors the future. We also work with Rural America Initiatives, Oyate Health, Ku Council, Wambliska, who they have a houseless relatives shelter, Ocheti Shakoi Community Academy, who is going to be our lifelong neighbors. They also have land on the site. Indian Collective, Oaye Luta Okola Kichie, who provides healing services in our Lakota way, where all women are honored. They're a shelter here in Rapid City. Remembering our Children, and Sacred Storm, who provide us with buffalo meat. This is our visioning process from Sam, our architect, and so this is a Lakota driven design. This is going to be for our people, designed by our people with the inspiration, Lakota inspiration. This is our building budget, about 40,000 square feet. These are some of the services that we're going to create: human services, nutrition, culture, wellness, a place to have basketball tournaments. We're going to have a commercial kitchen. We're also going to have an outdoor powwow grounds where we can have celebrations, graduations, and bringing back our 4 stages of life. And so that we can have these celebrations here in Rapid City. Human services, like I said, resource services, disability services, elder services, and culture services. We're going to have Inipi there, language classes. The possibilities are endless. We need about $16 million for construction, $3 million annual $1.5 million annual operating, and $3 million initial operating capital. And so that's going to be added to our capital campaign that we're raising money for. This is our project timeline. We've already been building capacity. We have an office here in Rapid City. We rent space from Indian Collective. We've created a schematic design. We've been working closely with our community. We've done a few community visioning surveys and community visioning sessions. And we've had the community come in and tell us what they want to see in our community center. And we also meet monthly with elders. We have an elder council. We also meet with the kids and see what they want to see in our community center. Like I said, right now we're kicking off our capital campaign because we need so much money to build this community center, and so we're looking to our tribes right at first. We're coming to our tribes so that we can say our tribes invest in us, and that we can go to other tribes outside the state and outside Ocheti Shakoni that can invest in us. And then also we're going to be looking to the local community and foundations. We need a lot of our community partners to invest in us as well. And so by the end of this year, next year, we hope to start building construction. We already have $1 million loan that we're going to be investing in and to get our surety bond. There's some wetlands that are on our area, and so we have to get approval from the Army Corps of Engineers. So we're working with them at the city and getting permits and creating the infrastructure for our city for the community center. This is a map of where the community center will be. This is the Indian Collective. They're doing a community. They're doing a CDC, and this is about a 10-year plan. So we are phase 1 of their community development, and so you can see a small snapshot of that. They're going to have about 151 housing units on there for single units, housing, townhouses, and homes, and then retail space as well. But that's their long-term future plan, and I'll let them come present to you about that when that's time. But right now we're focusing on the Indian Center, and so this is going to be our new address, 1530 Landback Lane, and this is where the land is. I don't know if you know where Haynes Avenue is. This is north of Lakota Homes, if you're looking north. And so this is where our spot will be. Ocheti Shakoni Community Academy is already there. They have a building there on the right. And then Country Road is up there too. And so it's going to be right on the north side, right where our community wants it and where most of our indigenous community lives. This is our architect, Sam Obexon. He's from White Earth and Leech Lake. He's one of the few indigenous architects here in around the area, and so we're really excited to have him, and also his project manager. They've been really helpful in honoring what we want and honoring our tribal history, wisdom, and values, and making sure that our voices are centralized in what goes down and happens, and that we're sticking to our identity and our values, and honoring our relationship with the land, and making sure that we have landscapes that connect to our natural world, such as having choke cherries and sage and sweetgrass around. And so those are things that we want to have around so that we can harvest. These are some of the designs that he's made in Indian country already. This is his concept and community visioning. I'm just going to go kind of through it. And so he's really articulate and really strategic on how we're creating this design. Pre-planning, visioning, facility planning, and concept planning, that's where we're at right now. And then centering our indigenous culture within the design. This is just to give you an example of what we want. This is a Minneapolis Indian Center. And like I said, of course, ours is going to look way better. This is a cafeteria that they have. We're going to have a cafe too, and a commercial kitchen. Ours is going to look better. Here's some meeting rooms that they have. And this is a community area space that we're also going to have. These are just some ideas of designs that he's made in the past. And then some events that we've done. This is just also a snapshot of how many indigenous people of our tribes that are in Rapid City. Looks like we need more Sichongu. Those Oglalas are outnumbering us here. This is a concept design of what we were trying to dream up. And this is the design that we've landed on. And so it's going to have office space, a commercial kitchen, welcoming area, cultural displays, and an outside area where we can have farmers markets and vendors come. And of course, basketball tournaments, wellness. This is Haynes Avenue on the left side, if you could see. And so this is the layout there that it's going to happen. And I can show you more of this too if anyone is interested.
From that door.
This is the vision funds that we received from the city, $9 million. We wanted to make sure that we had that in writing so that they don't take that from us. And so this is from the attorney. We have an updated letter as well. Murray, do you want to add anything from the city? City's perspective, we've been meeting with the city every month so that we can stay on top of things and make sure that we have the $1 million allocated to us.
Yes, thank you, Chante. And hello, everybody. I'm Murray Lee. I'm the Capital Campaign Manager. We're currently advancing major capital campaign for this. You know, as Chante mentioned, there's a lot of money that we have to raise to make this this vision a reality, but we're confident we can do it. As she just said, you know, we're meeting monthly with the city. The city is the entity that awarded us the $9 million in vision funds. So we're maintaining a pretty good relationship with them. They're all very supportive. All the city council members, the mayor's office, all want to see this project built. They want to see it come to fruition. Everybody that we work with so far and have spoken to at the city level is excited about it. They've offered to help us in any way that they can, whether it's working on developing fundraising stuff or removing obstacles for all the technical stuff like the platting and the permitting and all the stuff pre-construction. So it's been really good to work with them in that capacity and have their strong support. And right now we're also working to develop and then launch this major capital campaign, working with one of the co-chairs of the capital campaign committee, who's Nick Tilson, and then others here in town that are leaders in different capacities of different organizations or companies who can help us capture a lot of that capital that we're going to need moving forward for this. As Chante mentioned, it's around a $30 million project. We have the $9 million guaranteed from the city through the vision funds, so we need to raise approximately, and I say approximately, like $20.8 million. It's very doable. We're working with the city over the next 18 months very intensely to see, you know, what might be holding us up, what we're moving forward on, if there's any issues that can help, you know, move things forward more quickly. They're willing to do that. So it's a very large project. It's a legacy project. The folks on the capital campaign committee all understand it. They're very supportive. The folks at the city are all very supportive. And so a lot of our work right now is just securing all the different partnerships that we need to move this project fully forward. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And so today, I visited almost all the tribes so far, saved the best for last. And so today I'm asking for a letter of support and also a monetary donation. These are the contribution opportunities that we've had for our capital campaign. We want everyone to be able to donate. It starts from $100 for individuals to donate, and then also foundations and philanthropic institutions, our community organizations, but also our Native Nation sponsorship program, and that starts out at $10,000. But you know, if you know, we want anything that you're able to donate, we will accept. And so we're really grateful for your support and your donation. And if you have any questions, this will go straight to the capital campaign to match the construction.
Sherry.
I did email a draft template of letter of support too, and so I did email that out that you have, and so yeah, that's what we're asking for today. And so thank you for giving us time and space, and Lila Wopila Tanka Pilamayaye.
Okay, Council Representative Sherry Wright has a question.
Thank you for being here today, Chante. I appreciate it. This looks like an amazing thing for Rapid City. I'm very proud of all you guys and the work that you've done here to take care of our relatives there. We have a committee that would have to review any donations that we have, so I'll make the recommendation to send this to the Budget and Finance Committee for them to review and look at. And if you will email that letter of support to us, and we'll work on a resolution for that letter, or we can just have our attorney look it over, and then we'll make a resolution to send that to you as well. Before I sit down, I just want to acknowledge that Chante, along with another one of our tribal members, Raymond Croeagle, did make the 40 under 40, which is a very esteemed award this year. So congratulations on that. Keep making us proud.
Yay!
Thank you. Wopila Tanka Pilamayaye.
Any more discussion for Chante? Questions? She went off right away.
She got Bucky?
Made me blush.
The blush. Any other questions? So Jay, we'll send it to our Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, just let me know if you need anything else from me. If I need to present to them too, I can.
Okay.
Wokila, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Council, I did pass out the resolution and the recommendations and MOA from Eric regarding the golf course. You have the chance to read through it, so. The MOU, I'm sorry.
It's actually MOA.
The MOA?
Yeah, so we need to change the
resolution?
MOU to say.
Should have asked her for a copy of her design when they're done so we could build one here.
So it looks like, I don't know, have you discussed, Mr. Juice? You can come up.
Yeah.
Have you discussed any of this with Eric at all?
The only thing I've seen from Eric was the same emails that I think all of you.
Okay.
Okay.
So it looks
that on my phone.
under his recommendations of the MOA, it looks as though he wants the city of Mission to maintain liability insurance, comply with all applicable tribal laws, provide a monthly year-end financial report, and to obtain a business license. Is there anything else that you?
That was from his comments, that was basically, he had one other mention of the taxes, but that's not really too big of an issue right now. And Dan's here from the city. I can give you a 1-minute update, but I'd like, if everybody wants to keep reading.
Okay.
I sent this out yesterday, but I don't care, whatever.
I'll let everybody review it. Has everybody reviewed the attachments in the resolution? Mike?
Madam Chair, does this require emergency legislation?
It would.
It
It hasn't gone to any committee yet. So. Motion by Mike for emergency legislation. Second by Toots. Question by Chris. All in favor? Opposed?
No.
Not voting. Emily left.
Dude.
Ben and.
Ben left?
No, Ben,
no. There's two.
Okay, 1302. Motion carried. 108. 108.
Madam Chair, I'm going to pursue.
Motion to approve 2026-108 by Mike. Second. By Chris. Discussion. Are you gonna read it into the record?
Are you ready for the reading? Yeah. I'll start with the fifth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux General Manager has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorize a memorandum of understanding with probably should be between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the City of Mission for the purpose of providing to operate Prairie Hills Golf Course for the 2026 season for a term of 1 year. Probably can scratch that for just shorten that phrase to a term of 1 year, beginning May 1st, 2026, ending October 1st, 2026. Whereas the city of Mission shall pay $1 for the 2026 operating term and a payment of $5,000 for the use of golf course equipment during the term of the memorandum of understanding.
Should be MOA, right?
MOA, yeah. And whereas the city of Mission shall provide and maintain liability insurance for the term of the operation of Prairie Hills Golf Course in an amount suitable to the tribe for the operation of the golf course. And whereas this agreement may be terminated with or without cause at any time by either party upon 30 days with written notice to the other party. Whereas the city of Mission shall employ or shall comply with, all applicable tribal laws, including but not limited to alcohol sales taxes and regulations, sales tax and revenue laws, Indian employment and contracting preference laws, the Tecro ordinance, health and sanitation laws, and consumer protection laws. Whereas the city of Mission shall provide a monthly and year-end financial report of fees collected, food and beverage sales, and alcohol sales, pay all applicable taxes and fees, and shall purchase a Rosebud Sioux tribe business license. And whereas the city of Mission agrees to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless the Rosebud Casino and the Rosebud Sioux tribe, its officers, employees, agents, and assigns from and against any fines, suits, claims, demands, actions, or liabilities arising from any breach, violation, or non-performance of any condition of this MOA by the city of Mission's agents, employees, or invitees. Whereas nothing in this agreement shall be construed as a waiver of sovereign immunity of the tribe from suit or any of its constituent parts as to any claim for damages, attorney fees, or costs, regardless of whether such claims arise out of the same transaction or occurrence, or in any other respect, and therefore be it resolved.
Discussion.
I want to have one comment.
Wait.
Where it talks about the use of the liquor license. That liquor license is not transferable, so I'm not sure how you can do it. Just work it out with the liquor commission, whether it's managed or whether you just give them the proceeds, however you want to do it. But understand the license is not transferable.
So the city of Mission will have to obtain their own liquor license.
Eventually,
And can't
yeah.
use the casino.
But they want to use the proceeds from that now to help operate this. All I'm saying is work with the liquor commission on whether you do a management agreement or whatever, but the license is not itself is not transferable.
Okay, so clarifying that, they can't work under our license, they have to get their own independent.
I think they can, but work with the liquor commissioner and ask the liquor commission how you can do it.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Any further discussion? Sherry?
Sorry, I missed the discussion last time you guys were here, and the $5,000 reimbursement, did we discuss where that money is coming from and?
Well, what this agreement says, correct me if I'm wrong, they're gonna put up $5,000 for the use of that equipment. If at the end of this year, they want you to continue and do a more long-term final agreement, they want that $5,000 to go towards the purchase of that equipment. If at the end of this 1 year, they do not go forward, they want that $5,000 returned. So it won't come out of our pocket, it would just, it will just be giving the money back.
Okay. And then this question's for Mike. Who gets the dollar? Just kidding.
You can do one. The casino.
Darn it.
discussion? All for the question. Question by total. All in favor?
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you for waiting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
and for information to the public listening, this term, this agreement is only for 1 year at this point.
No, it's from May 1st to October 1st.
Right. Well, the balance of this year, right?
It's fiscal year.
So it's a short-term agreement.
It is.
Well, and thank you guys for waiting through this whole process. Finally done, you know, so now the youth have a place to go practice for their running events, their golfing events. You know, it's not just for the adults, but I know the high school been waiting for this to get approved of so they can get those youth out there too, once you get things in place. So thank you for having patience.
And a lot of the back and forth could have been done at committee, so next time if you approach a committee, it'd be a lot easier, so you wouldn't have to sit through the whole council meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Just a suggestion for the
It's
future.
been definitely a long process here the last year, but greatly appreciate the dialogue for sure. We look forward to making it work. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Council, we have Sean Mills here to discuss the. I'm gonna go around and shake hands.
Yeah, it's already
That'd be good.
Sorry about the long wait. First of all.
No, you guys are awesome. She's eating all those candies and her alarm clock going off. Come on, keep
Glad you guys are doing this for us, thank you. I know it is. Thank you.
Apologize for me.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
How are you doing down there?
Albeit the two ways now they're gonna come and present this, but whatever you missed, we'll get.
Mills.
Good afternoon.
Have you come down and talk about community?
Yes. So.
Do you see the, oh,
No. You guys have a resolution, right?
yeah,
If not, I can have Joe bring it down.
we passed it this week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
With one.
So, first of all, guys, I know you all know me, but I'm Sean Mills, running the solid waste department. I'll tell you, it's been a tremendous undertaking for me to get it from where it was to where it is. Second of all, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm very straightforward, so don't take anything I say personally. I want to address a couple of issues that I've been listening to council since this morning. So, I did originally, when we talked with Butte Creek, the agreement was, and this goes with everybody that I deal with throughout the communities, is if you don't use your roll-offs, you can use them throughout the year. You just gotta call me and schedule a time to drop them off. Nobody's done it. So after a certain amount of time, any extra roll-off money that we did have goes back in the trucks, material, fuel, all that stuff. So it's not just wasted or, it's not sitting in our account. Everything recycles itself and goes back. Second of all, on the milk stamp deal, I've noticed in the last 2.5, 3 years of doing this cleanup is there's a lack of communication between tribal council and your guys' community presidents. When I went to milk stamp last year, we had 5 roll-offs that were delivered that morning.
People didn't even know it was cleanup. There wasn't nobody there. We ended up physically having to send a guy back here to Rosebud to pick up a skid loader, haul it all the way back up there, which took 6 hours and how much money. And we physically cleaned it up. The agreement was, and each one of the tribal, or the community presidents signed an agreement with us that we were gonna try it. We were gonna dump them and they fill them, but that didn't happen. And we ended up flipping the bill for the labor, the skid steer, all that stuff. So you guys gotta have some understanding that we are trying, we do our part. And as far as, the roll-offs go, unfortunately, the place I ordered these from didn't get them to us. But what we were trying to do is we have these tickets. And every time we deliver them, a representative from that community will sign these, so that way we have documentation. So we don't run into this whole, we didn't get this much, you guys gypped this out, well, that's what I ordered. So unfortunately, it seems like as running solid waste to dealing with field, to dealing with my trucks and everything, we had to get GPS, we had to get cameras, now I have to get these documentations. And I mean, what do I gotta do next? Body cams for a worker, so that way when somebody comes in and says, oh, they chipped us off, no, we didn't. You know, you guys just weren't around to see what we were doing. So documentation for us is kind of a big thing. And as far as the community cleanup go, I know Sherry recommended that we take Sunrise off, and I'm gonna fight you a little bit on that because I was told, because there was an area that we were trying to cut out because of how far it is, and I was told that we can't do that because we got a tribal in there instead. So Sunrise, the last 2 years, we flipped the bill from solid waste, and it takes anywhere from what, 15 to 20 rolls that we flip. And the only reason why we do that, yes, Costal still owes $30,000 to us, which they completely cut us off. And we do a donated roll-off Monday and Thursday for about 6 hours, just to keep the trash down. Because I'm thinking long-term, I'm not thinking about this generation, I'm thinking about grandkids, great-grandkids. I don't want that place to look as bad as it is, so that's why I would recommend if we could put it on there. I know it's not our property, but we still have tribal members there. And that's what I worry about, because you guys all see how bad it is. We can't be letting that happen. But as far as cleanup, if it's approved and everything's good to go, I'll have a schedule on by Friday for everybody to see. So the plan is, we're gonna do the first 4 communities first, big communities before Rosebud Fair. And after Rosebud Fair is done, then we're gonna hit each small community, but I wanna give them more time. Like, let's say Grassmont, we don't spend 2 days there. I'd like to give them 2, 3, 4 days, so that way they have more time to clean up. Same thing with Spring Creek and all the communities. I want to kind of spread that out instead of just compacting it into 2.5 months. So the same thing with the big communities, we're probably going to do a week, so just 4 days. So that way it gives everybody a chance, all the working people, to get their trash out there. And, you know, I always tell the community that we will take care of the community itself if you guys want to go on to the elders. You know, that's kind of my vision for this cleanup this year. And this year we won't be just setting roll-offs. We're going to use our machines to load them again ourselves. Because we can get piles of trash that normally we can't. The heavy. That's kind of the plan to clean up.
Thank you, Sean. Ben, I'm kind of curious. I know, with Sunrise, it's really difficult because we don't want to see a lot of that stuff, I think, but, to flip the bill for that, is that cutting you short throughout the year or anything like that, money-wise or anything?
No, it originally was, because I think we figured it was anywhere from like 10 to 15,000 with labor, fuel, and that. And then so I just decided, well, let's add it in there, and that way kind of helps offset the cost. One thing I want to mention too is everybody knows fuel prices are crazy now. Our rate for the resolution that we have hasn't changed in the past 2 years. We don't plan to change it just because of the fuel. I kind of budget in every year when I look at it. All right, like last year we spent like 80,000, 90,000 on fuel. It might be 110, but a little extra.
Yeah, that's the only concern I have is that, I know we want to help them as much as we can. Again, I don't want it to be as dirty as this too, but I know it was brought up here earlier this morning too, that I think they identified so many illegal dump sites also, which is very concerning, to us also, because again, as far as our land and, our next generation is to be kind of very polluted if we don't get it taken care of. So those are just my thoughts about what we can do, I guess, on the future here of maybe helping those places out of these illegal dump sites, right? And what we can do to try to either enforce it or, get that cleaned out. So again, the pollution isn't as bad as it probably could be if we leave it, let it go and stuff. So I guess I'll be looking for a plan on what you would like to see in regards to those illegal dump sites, I think, and also what we can do to help, I guess, other people, because I know there's some people like in St. Francis that are not using the bins and stuff like that, so they go and dump them somewhere else, which is kind of bad. So, but I guess trying to get that policing up is one of my biggest concerns too, though. But the illegal dump sites, that's what I kind of want to see what we can do. Because it's been talked about, I think, the past 10 years, I think I've heard somebody say that. So it is getting worse. But if we can find some way to tackle that, I think it would be helpful. So that way we can, again, keep our lands from getting polluted and also the air. But those are just my thoughts and concerns. But anyway, thank you for.
I can give you a quick rundown on the plan. The EPA and IHS came down weeks ago, and we kind of went over a lot of things. They have the same concept. And I told them if we were to get 2 trucks, another roll-off trailer, maybe 10 roll-offs and a skid loader, I will provide the labor, the fuel, the insurance, and I can have one set of dedicated crew say, hey guys, I want you to spring creek, get that dump site. When you're done with that, this. As of right now, with my current operations, I don't have enough funding to purchase that. Staff is kind of really hard to keep on because everybody looks at it, oh, it's trash, but it still needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
But I can get staff to cover that. That's kind of my long-term plan if we can get, funding available to tackle that. Pine Ridge actually has 7 open dumps like that. And from what the EPA and IHS told me when they came down, they're a disaster. Because people not only utilize them, put them on fire. It takes 7 hours, I think, a day. They just come in with a roll-off truck and a grapple. They scoop it back off and they have to start all over. But as far as that goes, I don't think we should follow them. I think if we can clean up, and like Sherry said about the whole helping out with the howler bins, I can put roll-offs in each community. The bigger communities, 2 roll-offs, the smaller ones, 1. And I think that would help alleviate the illegal dump. And not only that, we have plans to open up the transfer station for tribal members and residential trash cleaning. So that way, let's say grandma doesn't have a bin or she got missed or something, she can just go out there and we'll let her throw her trash. So there's ideas, there's things, currently, and I know Wayne is talking about that actually. If you guys drive by the landfill now, you see how clean and good it's getting. From the EPA, they said out of all the reservations in South Dakota, ours is the most well-organized and clean. So that's a big compliment. We've also spent over $100,000 in the last month digging, moving earth. I have to pay road department and rent their machines and their guys to come out. So, if you guys didn't see me a lot, that's where I've been spending most of my time out there. But overall, I think the program's doing great. We could use some help. I don't like asking for help because I think we're doing most of it. It's just if you guys want that timeline brought down, a little help. And we don't need cash, we just need equipment. That's all we need.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Sean. Are you, the expenses that you're incurring at Sunrise, documenting that?
We are.
You are? Good.
Yeah.
Because we may need it someday.
Yeah, no, we have everything. Fortunately, man, Costello don't even.
All the detail, the more detail, the better.
Yeah, I can make sure she keeps a good report on that.
A claim may be filed someday.
Willie.
Sean, are you? It's good to see you. What's the cost for the roll-off?
It varies
What do
by,
you charge for?
it varies by location. So, I went to Corn Creek Community and they were talking about the price, because right now, I try not to raise rates and anything because I know how it is right now. But it is for which area? Swift Bear. So it would be $537.92. And so like Corn Creek, we gave them a deal because they're so far out. We cut their dumping down. So now we only charge them $50, just because it's way out there. You know what I mean? And it's not so much about making money. To me, it's about just covering the operating costs and landfill.
So that $500 is per day?
No, that's it per week. Through the winter time, we're really open on, they need to keep it longer, but as summertime approaches,
Actually, I wasn't sure whether they were gonna have money to pay for that, so I was just trying to find out. I might have to dip into my Black Hills fund.
yeah, if you ever need a cost, let me know, I'll email it to you or.
Sherry.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't support the roll-offs at Sunrise just because of the fact that that's an independent company. I mean, we have been trying to work with them and get some things done for our tribal members as far as having basic human needs like water and heat. And they haven't come to the, table to meet with us. I do think that maybe the Antelope community would be able to help, and maybe we could talk about it a little bit more before anything's set in stone or any amendment to the resolution is made, because I know in Rosebud community, whenever we have this, we'll set stuff out, and then the community sends out workers to get some of that stuff and transport it. So I just wanted to say that I feel bad for our tribal members who live there, and it's not that I don't want to support them. It's not about them, it's about Costello.
It is.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I feel the same with Cher. We don't need to put no roll-offs there, but before we involve animal community, we need to visit with the officers to make things happen with that area. And we really do need to discuss this Sunrise situation tomorrow, because there were motions made and there's still no follow-up on it from the president's office. So we need to get going with that, because the only ones suffering here are people at Sunrise Apartments. But thank you guys. Working with trash is a dirty job, literally. So the safety of your workers needs to also come into play with these needles and everything. So do you do like trainings with them? Because I know that, those guys are dumping that, and it's literally crap. That stuff stinks and it just splashes out at them, just for their safety issues, especially with the needles and stuff, with caution with them.
Yeah, we talked about how they're unloading trash. We even bought Kevlar gloves for them, trying to find an actual shirt they could wear. In the past, I've seen guys, they grab it and they swing it over, and I tell them, don't do that, because you can get poked in the back by a needle. There are precautions we take. It's just, man, you'd be surprised at the amount of needles in your face. And just, was that 2 weeks ago, one of our guys got poked in the hand by a needle. What was it, past week? Yeah, because instead of grabbing it out from the top, he goes and grabs it. So he went to the IHS, we got all the stuff.
You guys for your hard work, for keeping, our place clean. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend you guys as well. I see your guys' truck. Your job isn't easy, but we really depend on you and thank you for cleaning that up. I noticed the difference.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes those white piggly bags are all over, you know,
Yes.
but, it looks good. And, I know that you go out of your way to try and do what you could. It's really unfortunate, you know, Costello's doing what they're doing because, I mean, that's our revenue. But I appreciate you at least helping our tribal members. The children should never live like that, never. And to have that compassion as Lakota people, you know, it really helps because we don't know, the kids get into things. And, you know, seeing the safety, even getting in a truck, getting off. I watched them yesterday. They were all going down this way and they're good, they're fast. They got this, you know, job done. And I think as a body, we need to give you, commend you for what you guys are doing. There's a lot of trash out there, people dumping it and, you know, whatever, but I wish we'd find a way. I don't know, maybe you have some suggestions?
Do it
Yeah.
just comes down to funding.
Yeah, if you could just still submit them to us, what suggestions you would have, or maybe you guys seen someplace, you know, how would you approach that? And give it to us, you know, you can bring it to budget finance, maybe we can look and see, because I noticed the white, what did they call that? Dryers, washers, fridges, those sit for a long time someplace, and not the white goods, but I don't know how those are disposed of or what, but.
Normally, we'll try to take them, and then we put them in an iron pile, and then we turn around and have the scrappers come, and then that revenue goes back into the landfill. So the landfill is kind of self-sufficient right now. I mean, it's been a long road with that, but it kind of takes care of itself right now with the metal. We have Heartland that comes on and utilizes it, plus a lot of people from Winter will come over. So it's kind of been pretty good keeping that running. That way, any extra money I do get, I'll be honest with you, our breakdowns are costly.
Yeah.
Just this last month was $100-some thousand.
And the gas price now.
Oh, it's,
I can't even imagine what you guys are paying in those trucks.
yeah, it's kind of sadly when you
Yeah.
PO for
Yeah.
$20,000 with
Yeah.
fuel.
So, you know, I do appreciate what you guys do and that your workers know that.
I will.
You know, they're highly valued because of what they're doing. Taking care of our people that way, keeping our reservation clean, and it's looking good. Just want to say thank you. Yeah, all right.
Mike, excuse me, got Ben, Chris,
I just got a quick question, or not question, I guess the concern, I think with the cleanup now would be with the Community Presidents Association or CPA or even the chairmen of the communities. I know, like, I think it was like last month or so, there's been talk, and that's one of the biggest things we have. You know, I keep in contact with my chairman as much as I can to find out a lot of stuff that's going on. Last month, they were under the impression that there was going to be no cleanup. So I do believe housing made that, made their budget type thing where they were going to pull out that money and stuff. But it was clarified today that they're still going to be able to.
Yeah, I talked with Daryl and he got with their people and he said, no, we just, the beautification part, I guess, come roll off part of us.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what we need to clarify and make sure that, the chairmen are aware of that, also the communities, because it is, how it goes when it gets on social media, it just spreads like wildfire. So that was one of their concerns, was that, they weren't going to have it, but, we are having it, it's going to continue on. So that way they can be prepared for it. And that's what a lot of our communities always look forward to, is the cleanup and stuff. So just to clarify that and make sure that, it's still going to happen.
Yes. No, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You guys said you got the resolution approved? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And it was, let's see, resolution number 2026.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I just want to follow up on what my colleague said about the recognition about you guys. I remember when you first came in, you gave us a plan and everything, and to see where you're at today with all the hurdles and everything that came up that made you have to pivot the plans. you're still on track for doing what your chief's campus said that you were going to do. And so I want to commend you and your workers, the work that you guys do at Press Law. I mean, not Press Law, but Welcome Back to Thunders and any other event that you guys partake in. I see your workers out there full force and they're energetic. They're happy to be there, And that goes back to the leadership there. So thank you for that. But I do want to comment on the sunrise thingy too, because I understand where you're coming from. I understand where my colleagues are coming from. But I mean, one thing that we have to really understand is if we don't do it during the cleanup, we're still going to have to clean it up. We're still going to have to go there and spend a lot more money than what he proposed in this cleanup. So I don't think that, I think we should really consider just, keeping it on here. And if the 20 roll-offs are an issue, give everyone to Antwerp and you guys can work that out. But keep 10 for sure there. Because how much does it cost? How many times have we cleaned it up in the last few years? And what was those costs?
Usually 15 to 20 roll-offs. We never put it on the building anywhere.
Yeah.
So we didn't keep track of everything. It was, people were calling, complaining. One day I just called Keith and they said, you know what? Let's just go to Sunrise and get it done.
Yeah.
So I literally took my whole crew both times and we got her cleaned up. I just worry that it's gonna get too outrageous and then they're gonna be, I know it's not our property and everything, but I worry about things like that.
They even set it on fire.
But then there's another key to it too. Even though the trash is on land that isn't ours, a lot of, especially now, a lot of the trash is compiling from people that know we're not going to do nothing with it. From our own people, because even the ones that don't live there are going there to make the trash pile bigger because it's a trash pile. But that's my recommendation. I kind of think we should follow the recommendation of the director. Again, this is a director that we put into position so that they can make these opinions or make these decisions based off of what they know. And this is what Mr. Mills knows. And so I'm in support of continuing forward with Sunrise on there because we're still going to have to clean it regardless.
Oh, Mike.
I was just curious, if, all the tires that accumulate out there, what do you do with those eventually?
So in the next 2 years, I guess is going to help us with the new building, cold storage, and my Montana, it's basically a trash shredder. And that's capable of shredding tires. So the plan is.
As a byproduct, do they have any value or?
I mean, maybe to some people, but most of the time, my plan is to mix it with dirt out there and use it as covering material.
Okay.
That's the plan. Once IHS comes through with their money to help us buy that shredder, I'm just going to shred them and use it as material.
And then use it as a filler then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Any more questions?
I'd like to start one cleanup in June, 2 in July, and one at the beginning of August. So anytime at the beginning of June, I can, if it's guaranteed now, I'll just use what we got on revenue to make the necessary purchases because we gotta get roll-offs, roll-off cars. One means we gotta get all that stuff now, and then when the money comes in, we'll just put it in revenue. I'll get the letters out to you. Okay.
Chris?
So would we have to, we already approved the motion, resolution, right? So we'd have to amend it to reinstate the other ones? Sunrise.
No, it's already approved as is with that already on there. We didn't amend it to take it out.
All right.
So it's on there. I mean, yeah, it wasn't amended to take out Sunrise. It was just a suggestion. So there wasn't no official record of it. So he can just work. Ben.
I guess with your, you got it approved now, so you're gonna do the schedule?
Yes.
By Friday, okay, yeah, I'd like to get a copy of that and probably send it to the CK also, so that way everywhere, so we all on the same page. So yeah, start, yeah, but anyway, thank you.
Starting next week, we're gonna start at 6 a.m. Our regular trucks, and we got one truck that's gonna come in at 5 and do our regular dailies, just so that way we're trying to for the guys. Those 90 days.
I like how you've been doing the last couple hours.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be switching to summer hours next week, so, I'll have to put out a memorandum probably tomorrow when she comes in, and just let your, community members know what's going on. And if you guys ever got any questions, please call my office or call me directly, and I'll be willing to come and meet with you, sit down so we can discuss. There's a lot of rumors, you guys know how rumors go. We don't need that. So, you guys call, I'll meet anytime, anywhere. Thank you. Good work.
Any more questions for Sean? Thank you for coming down. Thank you.
You can see her.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Good job.
So much. What's the name? Oh.
I gave her the stuff, she's supposed to start ordering them or something, but she's got no information. Yeah, we have. So we don't need city else for those, and then I charge them. Yeah, that's. It's like a truck. Yeah, it's all right.
Council, I'll go for the recess until tomorrow. I know Mr. Kindle has to take off too, so it'll be our quorum.
I could handcuff him, please.
If it's for tomorrow, but I would really like for a time before we exit tomorrow, you guys an update about the 150th. So tomorrow, whenever we get time, I really want to give you guys like I'm passionate. It's great. I want you guys to be part of it. So,
Hey, before we recess, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to see how much it costs the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for admin leave granted for the last fiscal year to date.
Immediately?
Immediately. Or even tomorrow morning. I don't know how long it takes.
For the last fiscal year?
Yep, up to now.
October 1st. October 1st until now?
Yeah. For this new fiscal year and last fiscal year.
Fiscal years?
Yep, for both fiscal years.
October 1st and 25th.
Bring that comment.
Second. Right, Tammy. Question.
Question.
Yeah. All in favor?
No. Tomorrow, you sit there, it's like, when
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Okay,
Thank you.
Tammy.
Then we're gonna do it.
before we go, what's going on with SWA? Are they coming back tomorrow?
Yeah, council. Were you here when they gave us the status?
Yeah, they wanted to re-advertise, but,
They're still on here, and I could call Kim back tomorrow.
I'm gonna make a motion that the, HR director, come and present the application, the applicants, and, the score. Because we motioned not to advertise.
SWA, did you
take
that? That's why people want to know, because they think you take.
HR director, come and present the applicant.
The applicants. The scores.
Consistency with it.
Or the CEO.
Or a second? By Topes. Chris.
Can we still hear from, can we still hear from whoever, like Kim or whoever?
Yeah, she'll come back. We didn't have time for her today, but she had a prior engagement she had at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
She did text, she's willing to come back.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear the justification for their, recommendation.
Okay. I'll let her know. And then, yeah. Is that a question? Question to the motion?
Question.
The motion by Tammy that the SWA HR director come and present the applicants with their scores for the CEO position. Question by Lila. All in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed?
1.
Voting.
0.
Council, tomorrow, Treasurer Boyd needs about an hour. He has a lot under his report, so if we can start off with him, and then Chris, can we go through?
I haven't already had time.
We got a lot done today with our resolutions. Tomorrow, we do have a lot of budget and finance resolutions that need to go through too.
That boxes, that kind of nice also.
That walk through at 11.
And then we have, the auditors at 1:30.
And Risty.
Yeah.
So we'll get it done. We did good today. Okay, we'll see you. Charles.
Been 15 months since the community lease payments. Is there anything we can do?
I think those lease payments were put on a moratorium by the shareholders.
Yeah.
I don't know how a shareholders proceed.
Well,
We have resolutions back in our leases.
be looking for another phone.
Starting to law, so I don't know what.
And you know what's been tough too is we should have already had a shareholders meeting months ago. So all of this stuff could have been discussed too, you guys. It's almost like they're putting it off. And I think they're gonna have one here maybe in June, shareholders, but there should have been a shareholders meeting in January.
Whenever we lost two, or not lost, but the ones are termed.
Yep, they're termed out. So now we're all the way into May and we still haven't had one. That should have been addressed during that
I
time.
think council could move to release those community lease payments.
It's been 15 months since the meeting was.
Right? Tomorrow.
Make your motion, Charles.
I'll make the motion to release the community lease payments
Or winner?
for whichever community.
We are there. Hannibal.
Release community lease payments?
Yeah.
For all communities.
Yeah, from all communities that have
Boarding resolutions? Or no? Yeah. Okay, for a second. Second by Tammy. Any discussion? Question, call for the question. Question by Mike. All in favor?
It's a cinnamon. Yeah.
Teddy bear?
Yeah. I don't do hot stuff.
They are hot.
7.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Stop voting.
0.
We get both. Bill didn't vote. He just walked in.
You didn't vote?
So how many opposed?
Did you vote, Charlie?
Yeah.
That's 12. We have 11.
We got more than
We
that.
got 12.
Oh, yeah, okay. 741. Motion carried.
Time to go home with the cat.
Get up.
Okay. All right, see you guys. See you in the morning.
Good night, everyone.
That's your best, little senior.